So if my picture goes away, it's because my internet's unstable. I've already been told once, so I plan to stay with it. But so let's start around and introduce ourselves. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this morning hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. We'll be hearing from several folks who have an outside perspective on how we're doing with child welfare that we want to hear from in anticipation of working on a number of bills that will be coming up in the next month. And on Thursday, we'll be hearing from the department along the same lines. So that's all intended to inform the committee prior to its beginning consideration of at least 7 different bills related to child welfare. So let's start with introductions, and I'll start with Representative Lemelin.
Morning, everyone. My name is Michael Lemlin. I represent House District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, South Port Edgecombe, West Port Island, and part of South Bristol.
Thank you. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Madigan.
Good morning. I'm Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Representative Griffin.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Candace.
Senator Moore.
Good morning. I'm Marianne Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Representative Michelle Meyer, serving South Orleans, House District 2, which is Elliott, where I live, and parts of Kittery and South Berwick.
And I'm Ned Claxton, honored to serve in Senate District 20 and the folks in Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. That said, we also are joined by a couple of key staff people who keep this place running, and I had asked Anna to introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I'm one of the legislative analysts for this committee, and I work in the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And Karen?
Excuse me, I'm Karen Thomas. I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee. If you need assistance, my email is hhs@legislature.maine.gov. And committee members, I apologize. There seemed to be an interesting happening with the reminder link, and people are going into attendees. I will look for you and promote you just as soon as I see you. So if that's where you are, hold tight. I'll get you.
So I've just indicated that Christine Albury will be joining us, and she's our first speaker of the morning. And we want to welcome her and recognize some of the work that she's done. Then we'll go to Melissa Hackett, and then later Jeff McCabe. So welcome, Ms. Albury. Christine, how are you?
There we go. Good morning.
There we go.
It's always a struggle.
Welcome, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. So I thought this morning I would present the findings of my annual report and talk about a couple of other things, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has, if that works for you.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Why don't we save, would you rather do the questions as we go along, or would you prefer to save them to the end?
I'm fine either way. I don't have my statement is not particularly long, so it might be easier for the end, but feel free to interrupt.
Okay, very good. Let's save it for the end then. So go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Again, thank you for having me here today. So as you know, Maine's Child Welfare Ombudsman Program is an independent nonprofit authorized by 22 MRSA 4087-A in the Child Welfare Statute to provide information and referrals to individuals requesting assistance with child welfare and to perform case-specific reviews of child welfare involvement. Under the statute, the ombudsman also has a duty to analyze and provide opinions and recommendations to agencies, the governor, the legislature, on child welfare programs, rules, policies, and laws. The ombudsman's opinions and recommendations are based on our case-specific reports. We receive a complaint from an individual who calls the ombudsman, and then the complaint is referred to the department. Then we review all of the information relevant to the determination of that particular complaint, including a response from the department. A report is drafted. We receive feedback on the report from the department, come to an agreement about the contents of the report, and then finalize the report. Unfortunately, as you've heard before, case-specific reviews by the ombudsman for fiscal year 2021 show a downward trend in child welfare practice. And keep in mind, these case reviews are backward-looking for this particular fiscal year. While the causes of this are complex and not well understood, the amount of stress that COVID-19 has had on child welfare at all levels cannot be understated. Out of the 84 cases that we reviewed this year, 42 had substantial issues. Cases with substantial issues are defined as cases where there was a deviation from best practices or adherence to policy, or both, that had a material effect on the safety and best interests of the children or rights of the parents. Out of these 42 cases, 22 involved investigations and 14 involved reunification. The remaining 6 cases had varying issues. As has been consistent over several years of ombudsman reviews, practice issues continue to appear most prominently during 2 phases in a case. 1, during the initial safety investigations of reports when the safety of children is not accurately determined, and 2, once children are in state custody, during ongoing assessment of parents' progress in reunification. Issues with assessments of children's safety at the beginning and end of child welfare cases are concerning, as these are the times when the risk to the children can be at its highest. The reasons why these practice issues continue are only beginning to be understood. The reviews of all 3 child deaths completed in July of 2021 shed light onto some of the problems that caseworkers face in the field that contribute to missed opportunities in child welfare practice. Although, as I do say in the report, those reviews are not actually included. Those three child deaths that we reviewed this summer are not included in this particular report. Learning and reform will be an ongoing process and will take time. The Ombudsman recommends that frontline staff have their voices heard and their experiences and opinions considered in child welfare reforms from the start to the finish of all processes. Collaboration and transparency with stakeholders is also an important part of any child welfare reform process. Maine should strongly consider the implementation of safety science in child welfare, and that is actually in progress as we speak. Although outside of the scope of the Ombudsman's review practice, prevention services are crucial to reducing risk for children and preventing entry of children into state custody. The fact that services and resources for families are minimally discussed in my report this year should not discount their importance. Training for staff and supervisors should be aligned with national best practices, and supervisor training and support should be prioritized. I'm happy to answer any questions, as I said, about the report and elaborate further on our findings, but there were 2 other topics I wanted to comment on today. The Office of Child and Family Services responded to our report separately this year. And in that response, OCFS included the following paragraph. And what it says in part is, a source of disagreement for a number of reports relates to the Ombudsman finding or recommendation that involves bringing children into state care or keeping them in care for a longer period of time. While OCFS recognizes the perception that children are safer when removed, the evidence overwhelmingly shows that removing a child from their home has the potential to inflict harm or trauma. In addition, there is little research to support the belief that, in general, children who enter state custody are safer than they would be if they had remained in the home, with efforts undertaken to address safety concerns. There are numerous scholarly articles regarding the potential harm of removal. I wanted to highlight this because this often goes to the heart of the discussions we're having about child welfare. Removing children from their families is inherently traumatic. These removals should be prevented and avoided whenever possible. Often, after a tragedy or a series of tragedies involving children, the rate of removals of children increases. This is not the outcome that anybody wants. The decision made about whether or not to remove a child should never be based on outside factors, but based on sound investigation. We need to know the facts about what is going on for that particular child in that particular home in that particular moment. Is this child safe right now? Will this child be safe tomorrow? Is there anything we can do to prevent removal? This is how decisions about removal should be made. It is not clear to me, and we did talk about this, that the Ombudsman and the Office of Child and Family Services are actually in disagreement about this. There are, unfortunately, circumstances where children must be removed from their home to ensure their safety. The eventual goal of all of us should be to safely lower the number of children in foster care. These numbers have increased over the past year and since 2018 in general. Reducing the number of children in state custody can be done in a number of ways, most importantly by preventing children from foster care place, and maybe more importantly, preventing that call to the child abuse hotline from ever being made. Prevention services for families, as I said before, are crucial, and improvements to these should not be lost in the discussions of improving how child welfare functions after the call to the child abuse hotline is made. And after the call to the child abuse hotline is made is mostly what we've been talking about. That's what my office is authorized to investigate. And that's what the focus has been on this summer and this fall after those highly publicized child deaths. Finally, and I'm happy to talk about this more as well, I wanted to talk a little bit about the presentation of the OPEGA information brief to the joint committees last week. The thorough briefing clearly detailed the child welfare oversight organizations in Maine. I agree with OPEGA that the Office of Child and Family Services Quality Assurance Department that performs internal reviews for federal reporting purposes has a thorough and objective process. They have strict guidelines as to how to review cases, and as you heard, review the same number of cases each year. I use those reviews as a check on my own work, as I'm able to be more flexible in what I review. As noted in the information briefing, the cases the Ombudsman reviews are also complaint-driven as opposed to randomly selected. The Ombudsman's office pays close attention to the reports of all of the organizations detailed in the information brief. I'd be happy to discuss this further, but it should be noted that the oversight entities currently appear to align and agree in their findings and recommendations. Thank you very much. And like I said, please ask anything you would like.
Before we get to questions, somebody has joined us on 214-7000. If you can tell us who you are, we can rename you so we know who's listening.
Okay, good morning. I'm Representative Ann Perry.
Okay, Ann, okay, Representative Perry, we'll change your phone number to your name.
Okay, thank you.
Done, thank you. I see a question from Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions, actually. One is, the first one is, you talk about training frontline staff as well as supervisors. And do you think that the department is adequately funded to do that training?
So that would definitely be a question for the department. I think that they are looking right now, particularly, I know they've added some supervisor training. And I certainly think that the supervisor training is the most important, but I don't know exactly what their levels for that at this moment, what their resources are.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your report as well. Well, the other question that I have really is about how folks determine when to remove a child from the home, or, you know, it seems like overwhelming for a person to be able to make the distinction whether a child is safe enough to remove the child or send workers in, or, you know, could you talk about that a little more? Because really, after what happened this summer, I thought about it over and over, and it's fine that you can blame people for not making a decisive decision, but at the same time, it seems impossible sometimes to know when is the right time to remove the child?
I think that's exactly right. It is sometimes just impossible to know. And so the decisions that are made, sometimes these decisions need to be made within hours of finding out about the situation. Sometimes the decisions are made within months of, the department being involved in the first place. So those are very different types of decisions that are being made. And keep in mind, the court also is heavily involved in these decisions, whether it's at the initial removal as our police or a removal months down the road. Ultimately, the courts and the department and caseworkers and supervisors, and it's never a caseworker making that decision on his or her own. These are, joint decisions made with supervisors and program administrators, and assistant attorney generals. All of these decisions, the way to ensure, there's always going to be an element of uncertainty because you never really know what's going on inside someone else's home. The way to make sure that most of the decisions are made with the right information is to gather that information in the first place in an effective way and in a quick way. The other thing that comes up a lot is looking at a family's history. That's another thing that is not to be underestimated, because sometimes the chain of events that results in the emergency situation that's happening right now for a particular child started 3 years ago or 5 years ago. Often families have previous department involvement where things hadn't quite gotten bad yet or something was missed. So the decisions are incredibly complicated. They involve more than just one person, ideally. But sometimes they have to be made very, very quickly with just a few people's input. And the court has safeguards for that as well, where if the decision is truly seems completely wrong after, looking into the case further, the court has a preliminary hearing. There are certainly mistakes that are made, and the system is set up to safeguard for those as much as possible. But really, the best way to make sure that only the children who need to be removed are being removed is to make sure that all of the information available is gathered as quickly as possible, and that things aren't missed, and that the history is taken into account. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Senator Moore.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Thank you, Christine, for this presentation today. We've been following it all through with the GOC and so forth. I just had one quick question. I forgot to pull the 2020 report. How many cases did you actually review in 2020 versus the 84 that were this year, or 42 that were substantial?
I actually don't have it in front of me, but it was a similar number. I believe it was 82 cases, and it was slightly less than half had substantial issues. So the numbers are not that different between this year and last year. The numbers are slightly worse. Why that is, again, like I said, it's not well understood.
Right. I think one of the things I was concerned about or worried about is with the kids not being in school, how many incidents were missed, because the teachers weren't there to be able to report it or to see it and so forth. So, thank you.
Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Albieri, for being here today and for the work that you do. So just a couple of questions. So the cases that you are reviewing are complaint driven. Did I hear that correct? And not randomly selected.
That's correct.
Might we have a better picture of exactly what's happening with all these kids who are already in care if we were randomly selecting these cases for review?
So yes and no. So my process, because it's an ombudsman's office, which by definition is someone who investigates complaints against the government, certainly would, it is entirely complaint driven. So somebody has to call us, although there are times that we ask the department if we can review a case based on what we've heard through the media or something like that. But essentially it's complaint driven. But as I said, I think the thing that I rely on to determine how the overall system is doing, at least to some extent, is the quality assurance reporting that the department itself does for the federal government. Those reports they review the same exact things every year, which I don't necessarily. Mine are I have a much broader, I can review anything essentially. So as issues sort of come up, I can take a closer look at them. I can look for more of those cases. If people call me and say the same issue again and again, I can sort of steer the complaints towards that. But the federal reporting that they do, you can actually look the reports are right on the department's website, and they're really long, but I highly encourage everyone to read them. You can actually look from year to year, for example, to see what percentage of cases they review where the child interviews were done thoroughly, or where the safety assessments were done accurately, or where they're meeting the federal standards for time to permanency in foster care. And as I said, I have relied on those. Just sort of, there was a period of time that they weren't publicly available, and now they are again. And I've relied on those over the years to sort of do a check on my own casework, because again, like you say, it is complaint driven, and certainly it's a very small number of reporting. I mean, it's something I think about a lot. What was interesting when we were all learning about safety science this summer is that they were actually very clear that in their practice, doing 3 reviews or even just 1 review on a particular case can unearth lots of systemic issues. So again, I'm not sure exactly what the answer to that question is, because it is something that I think about a lot as well. I did talk to the representative from Casey Family Services about this, because I said, well, if Casey if the safety science people are saying you only need to review 3 reports, what is the purpose of me reviewing 80 or 100? I mean, I'd rather be reviewing 100 cases instead of 80, but me reviewing 80 cases. And what they said essentially is that it's still important, for example, for the quality assurance people to do it and for me to do it, just to see what the trends are over time. One other thing I will say is that in the past, since 2013, I have found that what I'm seeing generally does reflect what's happening on a statewide basis, just through finding things out afterwards. I'll see an issue in 3 districts and find out that it's an issue in all the districts later on. So it does seem to be a pretty fair indicator of things, but it's certainly, there's no real truly, it's never going to be an exact science for anyone.
Thank you for that. One more question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So you mentioned prevention services, and as a means by which to avoid even that first call that anyone is compelled to make. Could you talk a little bit about the prevention services that you would that in your opinion are necessary and maybe not being actively utilized and should be? And then what are we doing to counter the trend towards reactionary removals of children after we have a tragedy?
So in terms of prevention services, I think based on what I see in the cases when they actually occur, substance use treatment and mental health treatment are really the most important things for parents to have. And as not only the availability of it, but many different types of, for example, substance use treatment, different things work better for different people. Mental health treatment, same thing. Some people do better in groups, some people do better in individual counseling. Making it so that if a parent is hospitalized, they don't have to be on a wait list to get a counselor. The other big thing that it's not a very exciting issue, but it's hugely important in Maine is transportation. Having the transportation that exists now in most rural areas of Maine is just not reliable. And having reliable transportation so that parents who are in treatment for substance use or mental health issues can go to, can get to their counseling appointment every week, can get to their medication management appointment. The other piece of it is to make sure that families have enough support that they're not being evicted, which I know has been I know has been a huge problem, obviously, during the COVID-19 pandemic. But that is one of the things that is also one of the more important things. You can sometimes see the direct line between a parent being evicted, becoming homeless, losing their car, not going to their substance use treatment anymore, and then their kids entering custody. And I'm sorry, can you repeat your second question again?
You're on mute.
Sorry about that. The second question is related. What are we actively doing to sort of to avoid this trend toward removing kids in the wake of a tragedy or a rash of tragedies, as we've had earlier in the spring and summer?
So I will say this, I don't really have clear data or understanding of this yet, but I don't think that it's been happening this time as much as it happened in 2018, partly because the department itself understands this, I think. I mean, we did talk about it last summer. Casey Family Services, I think, has been helpful with that. And also the safety science folks talk a lot about that it's just not a good solution to removing more children just because you're scared something might happen to them is not a good solution to, something happening to a child 6 months ago. So I think that, and again, I haven't seen any evidence, and actually I've rarely seen evidence of this, I think, in many, many years, of children really being removed too much when they shouldn't be. But certainly it doesn't, knock on wood, seem to be a problem at this time.
Before we go to Representative Griffin, I want to give Senator Baldacci a chance to join us and introduce himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Baldacci. I represent Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. Thank you.
Representative Griffin.
Thank you, sir. It's good to see you, Christine. Thank you for being here this morning. I was just interested in a little bit more information on exactly what safety science is. And I also have another question, if that's okay, after.
Sure.
So safety science, the best way to understand it is in what other states often call critical incident review. So when a child is seriously injured or dies, something, very extreme happens in a child welfare case. In order to review what happened in that case and what lessons can be learned from it, instead of doing what we've always done, which is, look at what happened and say, well, you should have done this and that and the other thing. They apply the same techniques that the airline industry has applied to reviewing plane crashes and trying to prevent them from happening again, that doctors do, that, there are other industries that do as well. So they've taken that science, and especially I think everybody at least has somewhat of an understanding of how the airline industry has transformed itself into being very safe. The idea is to have that same type of review applied to child welfare. And what it looks like in practice is that you take say a child death in this case, and you interview, so somebody interviews the people who are involved with the case, so the caseworkers, find out from their perspective what happens, because you go in with the assumption that no caseworker just goes out in the middle of the night and does their job and just doesn't care. That's not what happens in these cases. It's usually a combination of many other factors, and it's usually pretty complicated. So the first step is to interview the actual people involved in the case where something bad happened. And then after that, the safety science folks convene a panel, and I think there were about 20 of us, 25, maybe it was a lot of people, caseworkers who have similar jobs to the caseworker who was involved in the actual case, supervisors, no one's involved in the actual case because you can't really be objective, but people who understand the sort of working environment that those folks were in, supervisors, program administrators, people like me, police, sometimes there are other, medical professionals. It just depends on what is relevant for the case. And then the cases are reviewed. And what's really interesting is, when I look at a case, I get to okay, I see where something went wrong here. I understand that if on this day, and I'm not talking about any specific case here, but if on this day they had just done this, if only they had just done this, maybe things would have been different. But we don't know why that happened. That's sort of the limits of the traditional reviews done by child welfare and by me and by quality assurance folks. Nobody really understands what lies under those decisions. And so what it does is it really unearths those decisions. So, did this person not know to do X, Y, and Z because that particular caseworker hadn't gotten the training yet? Is it because they didn't have, something else that they needed? Why is it because they didn't have enough time? Is it because there was pressure from above to close the case? Basically it just, you try to figure out what exactly happened. And then you can use that information to make reforms so that that particular issue doesn't happen again. And it's, the other thing it does is and this is what, obviously we haven't gotten this far yet, but apparently it also promotes culture change within the department, within child welfare agencies where it's been used, because I think it's because the caseworkers really you can really listen to them and really understand their perspective, and they feel comfortable talking about what happened and aren't afraid of any kind of repercussions. So it's complicated and I don't want to go on too long about it, but that's essentially what safety science is.
Thank you. My other question is, in your opinion, what needs to happen to child care protection services in order to make it the most effective in protecting children?
So, first of all, we need to make sure, that's a big question. First of all, we need to make sure that everybody has time to do what they're doing. I think COVID has made that more difficult for a number of reasons. All of these systems are interlinked, and I know the courts have been having a really hard time with time. The caseworkers need to have enough time. So they need to have enough time to go and ask the extra questions, do what they need to do. Caseworkers and supervisors need enough time to supervise caseworkers. Now, I think the department has made some, we've hired a lot of people in the last 2 or 3 years, and I think that's fantastic. Whether that, I know that you have seen many of the reports that the department does in terms of caseloads and casework analysis. I think they're doing a really good job trying to figure out what they need and, what more they need. The other thing is training. Training is not, I've learned recently, especially, is not necessarily the thing that will fix everything. It will move the needle some, but not all. But if you have a staff that is missing, fundamental pieces of knowledge, either because they haven't fully had time to come up to speed yet, or because they're new, that training, and I don't just mean them sitting in a class, it's in the form of supervision from their supervisors, maybe mentors. There are a lot of different ways it can happen, but just to make sure that, it takes a long time to learn how to do this work effectively, to make sure that the people in the field have the support they need, whether they've been there for 3 months or 3 years or 10 years. The other thing, and I think this is harder, there's a lot of discussion about this at the OPEGA information briefing when you were talking about the oversight panels, including myself. I think it's really difficult for any agency who cares about children as much as the department does to have people from the outside saying, you should do this, you should do that, you should do this. But the ability for the department to take that criticism, and this is, I don't think, something you can legislate, but the ability for the department to sort through the recommendations, take the criticism, understand what they're finding internally as well, and make meaningful change based on that. That's something that things have certainly, I think, improved in transparency and flow of information back and forth. But that's, I think, the most important thing in terms of having child welfare improve to where we want it to be.
Thank you.
Representative Stover?
Thank you, Ms. Albieri, for your report and also for being here today. My question is, actually, the question is what thoughts you might have about the downsizing and eventual elimination, as it stands right now, of the alternative response program at a time when we're all working conjointly, the legislature and the department and your office and the other oversight committees, when we're all working conjointly to look at what are those safety net programs that we believe in the community are there to help families stay safe in their homes. What thoughts you might have about alternative response, its current role, even though it's been diminished greatly, and its future.
So, as I think has been discussed before, so alternative response program, as it was being used in 2016 and 2017, 18, even more recently in the last few years, because of the strain on the child protection system, the actual, child welfare staff who work for the state, the problem that we've seen, and this is not a fault of the ARP agencies, is that cases where the risk levels were high and the issues were complex were consistently being, whether they were investigation cases or service cases, were being referred to ARP just because the regular agency didn't have the resources to do that. Now, ARP certainly is able to do effective work in the low risk cases that, by design, those referrals are supposed to be made. I've learned actually this summer, the ARP caseloads themselves were incredibly high. So I'm not sure, and again, I don't know enough about the contracts or how the internal workings of ARP were, but it turns out that the things that even I was wishing ARP could do, they couldn't functionally do because their own caseloads were so high. They had, huge numbers of cases. This also increased in, being a major issue because, as I understand it now, they are having those agencies are almost not, they're just not staffed at all. I suspect a combination of people assuming that they're going to stop, the contracts will end at some point, and just everybody's having a hard time finding staff right now because of COVID. What I have suggested to the department, and I think that there are more creative ways to use that funding, is that the ARP agencies could potentially, right now they are used to supervise visits, for example. That's, one excellent use of ARP agencies. I've suggested other things, like they could be used, for example, to help a caseworker during a permanency case. What if the caseworker doesn't have time to send the parent to random drug screens or follow up with this service provider, or, do some of the tasks that, again, this could happen in the state or through contract agencies, but there are a lot of things that could be viewed as support work, I think, that maybe ARP agencies could pick up. Again, where that funding goes, it's my understanding that some of that funding was supposed to be used to hire caseworkers. Whether you're still talking about the same funding or you want to increase that funding, obviously, affects how all of this works together. But I certainly think that, like I said, the way that the ARP agencies were functioning and the way that they were being used by the department was not effective and did affect the safety of children in some cases. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a role. And again, keep in mind, all of the visit supervision agencies are technically ARP agencies, and they're all sort of these same, agencies that can hire social workers who have a lot of experience with children and families, who can do that kind of work to support the department in some way. I just don't think we need to limit it to just doing the same kind of work that caseworkers are doing.
Thank you. And I like your suggestions about the ways in which those can be repurposed to support caseworkers, especially in permanency cases and other places like visitation. I think those are great suggestions. And whether or not the funding goes someplace else, those get into some tricky nuanced things around supplementation and general fund and federal funds. So I'll leave that to the department because they know best how to avoid that. But I really appreciate your thoughts about ARP and the way that the skills and talents of those individuals could be continue to support families.
Representative Craven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go back to the transportation issue and wondered if there was any suggestion from you to make a more robust remote program for counseling, and not just for mental health counseling, but also for substance use counseling.
So I'm by training, I'm not a mental health professional, but I will say this, I think that I have seen in cases, and again, this is not enough to really say for sure, but I worry about mental health counseling in particular and substance use counseling. I worry about them not being in person. That having been said, I think the effectiveness is reduced. There have been issues in cases, for example, of privacy for people who say you're living in a house with somebody that might be not safe for you. You're not going to be able to talk to your counselor freely. There are a lot of issues that crop up around it, but it certainly is better than not having any counseling at all, particularly for the substance use counseling. I think where, the checking in constantly and making sure that everything is okay is crucial. So again, I do worry about it. I think I wish that in place of that, there was more funding for transportation. And again, I'm assuming that would be very expensive. I don't know what it would look like. But right now, the transportation, a lot of it is volunteer drivers and the coverage is difficult. Again, COVID has made all of this much worse than it was, but it's always been an issue. But yeah, I do worry about it's better than not having it at all, but it's not ideal to have the counseling not in person.
Representative Javner, did you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Good morning. I'm Representative Kathy Javner, and I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington counties.
Thank you. Welcome. So I had a series of questions, and Christine. So the 84 cases you reviewed, was that all of the complaints that got to you?
No. So we had over 700 individual contacts to the office this year. So what we do is we have, and you can see it, it's actually in the annual report, we have a series of factors that we go through to determine whether or not to open the case for a review, where we do a full review. And just one other thing, because this is not always clear, it's certainly not clear sometimes to the folks that call us. When we do the reviews, we are investigating a complaint from the person who calls, but we do the reviews from a neutral perspective. So we're not acting as an advocate for the person who calls. So for example, one really common situation is we get a parent who calls and says, my children have been in state custody for a year. The department won't give them back. I've done everything I'm supposed to do. Please help me. And I explain to them that I can look into the case, but I may find that I agree with the department. I may find that I agree with them. I may find that it's a mixed bag. Some of it is some things I think they're right about, some they're not. So each case is reviewed from a neutral perspective, even though the initial knowledge of the case is given by someone who does not have a neutral perspective. I also, if I see something in that same reunification case, if I see something else that has happened in that case that I don't agree with because of some reason, I will flag that issue as an additional finding that has nothing to do, the initial caller had no idea it was even going on, or it just wasn't something they were worried about. That's something I'll talk about as well.
And will that flag go to the department at about the same time?
Yes. So all of this is included in the reports. And in fact, if you look at, so it's page 8 on the annual report at the bottom, there's actually a tallying of those additional findings that were not things that were initially complained about, but I added into the reports.
Okay.
There are always, there are other minor things, if something is, something didn't happen, but it doesn't have a substantial effect on the case, I'll flag those and I'll make recommendations for what should happen in the future. But the complaints and the findings of the complaints and the additional findings based on just things that we saw as we reviewed the cases, those are the big things that we consider substantial issues with the case.
Have you had conversations with folks about how big the ombudsman office should be or could be to more fully be able to do your job?
So yes, I mean, we've talked about this a lot for many years now. As you know, we hired an additional employee, so there are two of us now. We hired her in the beginning of 2020, Ashley McAllister. So right now we have myself and Ashley. She's an associate ombudsman, so she does, she reviews cases and does phone calls just like I do. There are a couple things. I mean, part of it depends on what you want the office to do. If just doing what we need to do now, we don't have enough people for sure. If we need an administrative assistant, we could use another ombudsman. Particularly if we're going to do safety science reviews or and I'm just talking about things that are in the, some of the proposed legislation, have someone sitting on the serious injury and death review panel, sitting in other, being more involved in policy. All of those other things take more time. So I would say we need either 2 or 3 more people.
I want to push back gently on a word that you used in terms of mistakes. That you said at one point that said we can see where a mistake was made, but that really is being diagnosed in retrospect, right?
That's right.
So I think we need to give there are people out there trying to understand how that bad person made a bad mistake, but that's not the context under which science would event science would take you, right?
That's absolutely right. And I should not use that word, certainly when we're talking about this. So as you said, safety science is very much, like I said before, my reviews take me to where I see something didn't go the way that I wish it had here. This is where the shoulds are, right? I wish they could have done this. They should have done this. They should have done that. But we don't really know what underlies that. You have to assume that everyone is acting in good faith, which they are. Why didn't things happen the way that we wish they had? That's the question that I think the safety science reviews answer, where mine do not. And sometimes you can tell, and sometimes I get an answer from the department as well. Sometimes they say X, Y, and Z happened, which is why we didn't do this thing that, we wish we, but sometimes I just don't know. So that's where safety science comes in for sure.
Thank you. Do you have benefit of some sort of association with others doing this kind of work nationally that informs your work and your suggestions?
Yes. So for some time, I've been meeting with the other New England. So they're not ombudsmen, they're child advocates, but the other New England child advocates. I recently, although it wasn't well attended, but I recently joined a roundtable run by Harvard of all the national ombudsmen. I talked to other ombudsmen. I met the Colorado ombudsman for the first time. And she was actually really helpful because their setup is very similar to ours. And we're actually about to join the National Association of Ombudsmen that has, again, more roundtables of how all the different organizations do their work. Great.
And my final question, as we were listening to the presentation last week from OPEGA, it struck me that there was a tension or a needle that needs to be threaded between the 3 mandated federal review agencies and how much they share internally. Somebody used the word confidentiality, and that really triggered or really set off one of the lawyers in the conversation. That wasn't well, you had to be incredibly careful about that, but I'm talking about the content of process suggestions independent of confidential data on an individual. Are we doing enough to bring those 3 groups together so that they can compare notes and come up with more robust recommendations?
I think no. The short answer is no. So it's a little bit more complicated than the 3 federal groups versus the other groups, though, because the way I divide them in my head is that there are groups. So there's myself, the Serious Injury and Death Review Panel, and the Domestic Violence Homicide Panel, which I don't know as much about. They don't have they have one representative from the department, So I'm not entirely clear on how they do their work, although the report was amazing. But all three of those organizations review actual child welfare cases. So, the Serious Injury and Death Review Panel has they have a lot of medical experts where I do not. They review only critical incidents. I review all different types of cases. I wish that we could, and we talked about this years ago, and it didn't happen for one reason or another, about us collaborating on some case reviews. Again, I know one of the proposed pieces of ombudsman legislation has the ombudsman sitting, as a member of the Serious Injury and Death Review Panel, which I'm certainly open to. I wish that I could, and I know they're working on their data from the last 5 years. I would love to compare notes with them, is the short answer to your question. And I think that the domestic homicide panel also just has a lot of, many of the cases they review involve children, even when even if the child is not harmed in those cases, if one of their parents is killed or both in those incidents, and there's department involvement, which they talk about in the report, it's hugely important for us all to understand, can we all get together and put together a list of risk factors that we can give to the department that will inform their casework, for example? Am I missing something because I don't have any medical expertise? Are they missing something because they don't have as much child welfare? So yeah, I think that there is a gap there. I think it's harder for the Justice for Children Task Force and the Maine Child Welfare Advisory Panel, because they, by design, do not review cases with confidential information. So they can't, they have a very different perspective and an incredibly valuable one, but they function a little bit differently. It would be great to get everybody together and not in the way that we are now, where, there are people that sit on all the different panels, but to really make sure, I talk to the head of the Maine Child Welfare Advisory Panel, and we talk about, what their report is going to say and what my report is going to say, but there's no formal exchange of information. There's no formal meeting structure. And again, this is hard because, for example, the Serious Injury and Death Review Panel, they're all volunteers. They all have their own jobs or more than full-time. So some of this is, it's not necessarily as easy as saying, let's all just meet regularly. So I think that there's certainly room for improvement in information sharing, and I would love to access more of the information that those two groups have myself.
Did we lose the senator? Looks like it. Yes, so we'll give him a chance to get back on with us, and we'll go to Senator Baldacci. Question for the ombudsman?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I had just two questions. One is, should we be troubled by the fact that there's been a significant increase in children in foster care in the last 3 years? That's question one. And then question two is, do we believe that the department is doing everything it's supposed to be doing to promote kinship care, which is both federally and state mandated?
So I think that, yes, we should be troubled by the increase of children in foster care, but it's not focusing on that sort of end number. I think is a little bit difficult, because the reasons for that are partly, I think, and this is something that I've long believed, is that part of the reason that children increased in care in 2018 after Marissa Kennedy and Kendall Chick died is because there were a lot of those cases were high risk, where they should have or could have entered custody earlier on, where the risk level of the population was, and some of that was being made up for. Some of it may have been an overreaction just because of the deaths. Some of the increase in children in care this past year, well, at least since 2020, has been because of, some of it is just as simple as the courts have been delayed and the adoptions haven't happened. However, I do think, and also, as you know, the kinship care is those children who are in kinship care, the children who are in state custody and placed with their grandparents, are counted in the number of children in foster care. So we're talking about the number of children in state custody overall. I will say this, the department in 2013, 2014, 2015, and before that, were not placing lots of kids with relatives when they could have been. Absolutely, it was a problem. They seemed to be working on it, and it seemed to become less of a problem as the years went on. I think they made a concerted effort. And then there was, and again, this is just in my own findings, but I did find after a while, I kept reviewing cases because grandparents call a lot and say, you know, my grandchild was not placed with me because, you know, I want my grandchild, and they were put in a foster home, and there's nothing wrong with my home, and I love my grandchild. Over time, I found that those cases tended to not have issues. In other words, the department was making some of the correct decisions about whether or not to place with grandparents. I don't know in this moment. I haven't reviewed very many cases this year involving kin because people haven't been making those complaints, which again, I take as a good sign. You know, what their statistics are in this moment, but I don't know the biggest issue they have.
Representative Stover.
I just wanted to reflect back on what Senator Claxton said. I think he's back with us. On the Domestic Abuse Homicide Review Panel. I served on that panel for 10 years and am pretty familiar with the process. And we did do at least 2 cross meetings with the serious child injury and death panel on some specific cases. And we certainly consulted with the other panel on areas of shared interest. One of the things I would say about that report is that the Domestic Abuse Homicide Review Panel meets more frequently than most of the panels in the country. We're a real leader on that in the state. It's housed at the Attorney General's office, and there's a permanent allocation for a position. I believe it's a half-time position, but that position is responsible for not only collating all of the minutes from the monthly meeting, which monthly meetings are 3 to 4 hours long. There's packets of information. I mean, you get every detail about a case. Sometimes those are continued into the next month. And they have, as Ms. Alberry said, oftentimes children are involved in those domestic violence homicide cases. And by having a connection to the victim witness advocates in the AG's office, we have been able to track cases of children who were whose parents died because of domestic violence. There's been a lot of tracking and follow-up, not just through the trial, post-trial. So it's a really wonderful program. Even though I'm not on the panel any longer, the reports, I still get the reports. The 20-year report came out last year. If you haven't reviewed that copy, there's a whole section on child welfare. And I think that because of the multidisciplinary approach and the number of people that sit on that panel and the involvement of law enforcement and the department and others, it's just a very thorough, I'm not comparing it to the others. I sat on that one for 10 years. So that's what I based my experience on. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Stover. Representative Lemlin.
Yes, thank you. I just want clarification. Were you indicating that when grandparents call to try to get their grandchildren from the foster care, that you found most of the time that the state was correct in leaving them in foster care and not giving them back to the grandparents or giving them to the grandparents in any way?
So yes, that's right. This, in the last few years, the department has been making appropriate placement decisions, generally speaking, when it comes to kinship care. In other words, considering all the kinship options and vetting them to see whether they were safe and appropriate and making the right decisions.
A question from me, Christine. Aside from additional funding for staff to grow your office, what did you glean from your conversations with the Colorado, your counterpart in Colorado, about process or changes that could be made to your office, if you did indeed have that kind of a conversation?
So We did have somewhat of a conversation about that. There wasn't anything in particular that, we talked about resources. They have more resources than we do at the moment. We actually talked quite a bit about safety science because they were just starting to implement theirs. And I think that was the majority of our conversation. And we talked in general about, and this is what a lot of the conversations with child advocates and ombudsmen, essentially how to be an effective communicator and voice to, make sure that your recommendations are respected and make sure that your recommendations are taken seriously and followed by the agency that you're involved with. So that's a lot of what we all talk about, I think, and how to do that.
Thank you. Seeing no additional hands up from the committee, we want to thank you for being here today, for the work that you do, and wishing you a great day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
I see Senator Claxton is back, so I will hand the gavel over to him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not sure where I went, but it wasn't in the meeting. So next we're going to be joined by Melissa Hackett. And so we want to hear from her and her observations, suggestions. So she has joined us, and welcome.
Senator Claxton, thank you. I believe my colleague Deb Dunlap is also present as an attendee if she could be promoted.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you for having us today. I'd love to screen share a presentation that we've put together as we talk through that.
I think Karen can make that happen.
Thank you.
So it says, looks like you can screen share.
Great, thank you. And hopefully everyone will have the bandwidth to manage the presentation and all the tiles. Can everyone see that okay?
We can.
Great. Well, hello again, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Melissa Hackett. I'm a policy associate with the Maine Children's Alliance. I'm also a coordinator for the Maine Child Welfare Action Network. I'm joined today by my fellow coordinator for the network, Deb Dunlap. The Maine Child Welfare Action Network is a group of organizations and individuals in Maine working together to align, strengthen, and sustain efforts to ensure the safety and well-being of all Maine children, youth, and families. The network was established in the fall of 2018 during collective efforts to identify child welfare reform priorities and a letter to the incoming governor. In February 2019, the network issued its first publication, the Child Welfare Priority Reforms White Paper, that built upon those priorities. Since then, the network has produced a Preventing Child Abuse and Neglect issue brief and a framework for child welfare reform more recently. The network connects a broad range of people across Maine who are invested in child and family well-being and who are dedicated to collective actions to reform the child welfare system. The Maine Children's Alliance serves as backbone organization for the network. Today, we're here to provide you with some context of the child welfare system from our perspective, talk about why we're making the recommendations we are, and what we hope you'll be thinking about as you consider policy this session and beyond. As you take up legislation related to child protective services, you'll be hearing from folks who represent different parts of the child welfare system. We hope we can offer you an understanding of how those parts fit together along the broader continuum of the system, including the places where you have the opportunity to create change. We think it's important to begin with a shared understanding of what we mean when we talk about child abuse and neglect. When we talk about abuse, we're specifically talking about physical injury, sexual abuse, or emotional or mental injury. And importantly, when we talk about neglect, we're talking about an absence of something, deprivation of essential needs like food, clothing, shelter, care, healthcare, and education, or lack of protection, abandonment of a child, or the absence of a person responsible for that child. While we most often come to discussions around changes to the child welfare system after a child death, it's important to note that the majority of substantiated cases are not physical or sexual abuse, but neglect. In Maine, over 3/4 of all substantiations of child maltreatment in 2020 were neglect or emotional abuse, which are often related to parental challenges like mental health and substance use disorders. Now, bear with me, I'm going to make this history lesson brief. We also think it's important to understand how our child welfare system took shape and how that can inform our thinking of how it continues to evolve. Up until the early 1900s, the care of children who needed homes was led by individual charitable organizations. The first federal funds for child welfare were included in the Social Security Act, but funds didn't cover foster care until the 1960s. States and county governments became responsible for children in need of foster care in 1974. In the 90s, research showed an over-reliance on institutions and poor outcomes for youth in care. This led to legislation requiring outcomes-driven accountability for states. It's worth noting here that Maine became a national leader in this recommended shift away from residential foster care. The current federal system of child welfare standards and outcomes was established just 20 years ago. The child welfare system, as we know it today, has been and continues to be an evolving one. And when we talk about child welfare programs and funding, we also think it's important to understand the different roles and responsibilities that states carry versus the federal government. And when we're talking about child welfare, states bear primary responsibility. Each state, and in some states by county, have a public agency responsible for receiving and investigating reports of abuse and neglect and providing needed services to families. Federally, programs and funding are administered by the Children's Bureau. And a few key programs you probably hear a lot about when we talk about child welfare are the Child Abuse and Prevention Act and Titles 4B and 4E of the Social Security Act. Most child welfare agency funding comes from state and local sources. As you can see from the graph, almost half of child welfare agency expenditures are directed toward out-of-home placements, compared to just 15% on preventive services. A recognition of this overinvestment in the downstream has spurred an emerging conversation in child welfare. The federal government, state agencies, and private organizations in the United States are shifting the focus toward investments in family strengthening activities to prevent maltreatment and the need for foster care.
So throughout the history of child protective efforts, there's been a central debate. Should we remove children and give them new families, or should we strengthen their biological families? Along with this debate comes the question of funding. Should we direct resources to prevent child abuse and neglect from happening, or should we invest in child welfare crisis interventions? Research and outcomes over the past 3 decades have shown us that there is a need for both. Investing in prevention to strengthen families keeps more children safe. And there is also a need for strong and efficient child protective services to intervene when children are unsafe. A strong child welfare system has both. The conditions that bring children into protective custody and the conditions that keep them safe are well known and documented. This is a partial list from the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Risk factors are the conditions that make it more likely that child maltreatment will occur. These include untreated caregiver substance use disorder and mental health issues, domestic violence, poverty, and social isolation. Many of these conditions have been exacerbated throughout the pandemic. Families who come to the attention of Child Protective Services are often experiencing multiple risk factors. As Melissa mentioned earlier, over 3/4 of child maltreatment substantiations in 2020 were neglect or emotional abuse that was often related to caregiver mental health or substance use disorders. The incidence of child removals due to substance use disorders has risen significantly. In 2002, the percentage of removals with caregiver substance use disorder as a risk factor was 31%. In 2020, it was 50%. Protective factors are the conditions that provide a buffer to life stressors. These include economic security, having basic needs met like food, housing, healthcare, and education, and the presence of strong social supports, having people to call when they need help. Substantial research has shown that these conditions make it less likely that child maltreatment will occur. It's important to note that almost half of Maine families assessed by Child Protective Services in 2020 were single-parent households experiencing economic stressors. So this is another way to think about these family conditions. A family is thriving when they have the internal and external resources and relationships needed to cope with stress and bounce back from adversity. A family is at risk of child maltreatment when they are experiencing both high levels of stress and have low levels of resource. A family is unsafe when there is evidence or an immediate threat of serious harm to a child. Child maltreatment prevention efforts are implemented along this continuum. Primary prevention is directed toward all families in the community, including those who are thriving. Secondary prevention efforts are directed toward those who are at risk of child maltreatment, and tertiary prevention efforts are directed toward families where child maltreatment has already occurred in order to prevent it from happening again. Community resources like childcare and good paying jobs are essential for all families to thrive. Families who are experiencing conditions that put them at risk of child maltreatment need more specific economic supports and treatment services. It's important to note the statutory role of Child Protective Services here. While they may conduct investigations when families are at risk, child removal through court action is only an option when families are demonstrably unsafe. Communities and a strong network of supportive services play a critical role in the broader child welfare system. It's also worth noting that we're presenting this continuum as a line, but it's actually a circle. After families have safely reunified after child protective intervention, their access to stable community resources and support and treatment services are essential to preventing a future crisis. So this is a list of many of the resources, not all, that are part of the broad child welfare system. As you are considering ways to strengthen child protective services, one important way to do this is to reduce the strain on the intervention part of the system by investing in earlier parts of the continuum. State investments are critical to the broader child welfare system since federal funds are directed largely downstream. There are also many opportunities for municipalities, philanthropy, and community organizations to get involved. Equitable access is another important consideration as resources are distributed. In 2020, the highest per capita rates of maltreatment were in our most rural counties that have less access to medically assisted treatment for opioid use disorders and no recovery community centers for caregivers to access for support. Improving the state agency's child protective services will require a strong workforce that can conduct all the regular duties necessary to keep children safe while simultaneously implementing much needed reforms. This includes frontline caseworkers and workload supports, emergency coverage, and focused state and regional leadership to lead the changes. Effective intervention systems also require evidence-based programs for families who are already in crisis to help them to stabilize and to safely reunify.
The Maine Child Welfare Action Network has released a framework for child welfare reform, focused on 5 priority areas representing opportunities for action across the continuum we just discussed. Those top-level priorities include prioritizing prevention, investing in supportive services, and building state agency capacity, improving cross-system collaboration, and ensuring effective oversight. It will take robust and ongoing investment across the entire child welfare system to ensure families are stable and children are safe. We have an opportunity and an obligation to improve the way our child welfare system serves Maine children, youth, and families. Legislators have the opportunity this session to shape policy to support families and the child protective system. This committee will hear policy related to childcare, healthcare, substance use, mental and behavioral health, and economic supports. These are all part of the broad child welfare system. Investing in those services and supports is an important way to strengthen families and prevent maltreatment. Since you are all leaders in your own communities, you are also positioned to pull key players together to think innovatively about how to invest in and support families in your home districts. The child welfare system includes all of us. Working together, we can build a robust system that will ensure every child in Maine can grow up in a safe and nurturing environment. Thank you, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. And I see that you've submitted the slide deck prior to the committee meeting.
I did not, but I'm happy to afterward.
If you would, because some of the graphics you use aren't included in the report.
We can include notes if that would be helpful to Senator Claxton.
I think the committee would value that. So with that information in hand, are there questions from the committee? Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Melissa and Deb, for being here today. What programs, what family strengthening programs are currently in place that are evidence-based and are working? And what programs do you know of in other places in the country that are effective and should be considered here?
I'll take that one, Melissa. So home visiting is we have a really strong home visiting program here in Maine. That's one of the services that has been shown to prevent child maltreatment. And so we have a few different ways that home visiting is provided here across the state. And there's a couple different modalities, and that can always, there's always room for more investment, so more families can access those services. I don't believe that that we have I think that the number of families who could qualify for it and the number of families who actually receive it, there's a pretty decent gap between those numbers. So home visiting is definitely one of them. There are some new programs that the state is working on. Home Builders is one of the programs that they're just getting ready to roll out through the Families First Prevention Services Act. Again, so that's more of on the family reunification side in the slides, when we talked about the importance of having those services for families that have already experienced a crisis, to try to stabilize them, bring them home, and prevent the need for the family to return into child protective attention again. So I think those are the two that stand out. There are actually a lot of preventive services. So I don't know if, Melissa, you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question, Representative Meyer. I think as we're having this conversation and we're talking about prevention, it's important to think about what are the sort of broader public health interventions, economic supports, concrete supports. We know that poverty is a huge underlying factor in neglect. And so if we can ensure that families have the resources to meet their basic needs, that takes a big layer of stress off that family to be able to address other challenges that they have going on. So I would just say that too. There are the sort of intensive services, evidence-based programs, but there's also just the concrete economic supports that families could really use to be stable and thriving.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know that the pandemic really had put a strain on the home visiting, and wonder if you have any comments about that. But my other question is, what states are doing better than we are at the prevention piece, the outreach and, investing in prevention as opposed to the
That's a great question too, Representative Craven. I would say, unfortunately, in our discussions, no one has lifted up one state to say this state's doing all of it well. And I think what we're trying to lift up in this conversation is that there's a need for both, right? We need to make sure we're invested in prevention to respond to families' needs before they're in crisis. And we also need a strong child protective services system. There will probably, unfortunately, always be cases where that level of intervention is required. So they both need to be strong. Interestingly, Maine has, a state and then community levels, and there's not that intermediary county level government. And I would say that there are some states like Colorado has come up in conversation where they have a very strong county level government. And they're able, I think, in that structure to be a little more nimble county by county, to be innovative and to work sort of in a smaller environment with the other folks in that ecosystem that they need to be working with to figure out what families need and provide that service. So that's something that comes up when we look at Maine, and some of the challenges are that we have, the state government structure and then local structure, but not a whole lot in the middle in terms of funding and coordination.
I was struck in the report by your use of the word infrastructure and actually struggled with it a little bit. Can you give me a couple of examples of what you're talking about that would make it a little bit more understandable for somebody who doesn't live in that world?
Can you, I think you actually used it more than once. Can you tell us which section that the infrastructure was?
You did use it more than
Like
once.
we do,
and I was-
yeah, as you're saying it, I'm like, I think we might have said it more than once. So it would be
So when I
helpful to
think
know
of
which section.
infrastructure, I think of bricks and mortar, I think of IT systems, I think of physical entities, but I'm hearing it's probably different. We don't coordinate, for instance, or overlap information on the home visiting, as I understand it. Is that an opportunity? What would infrastructure to support that integration better look like?
Yeah, so collaborative infrastructure. I thought that was where you were going, but then as you were saying it, I was thinking we've said it a few different times. So, so there's actually been a lot of research on collective impact and how to get basically, what we're really talking about is there've been examples. I think the ombudsman shared some examples of. But this focus on we know that the work is more thorough when it's done collaboratively. Everybody holds a different piece of the puzzle, and so when folks are able to work together, kids are safer, and you get a clearer picture of the full story. What we know about that kind of work is that everybody has full-time jobs, and what it takes to actually build that kind of really strong collaborative work are people who are paying attention to it. So folks need to be trained in how to work together, and there need to be really, honestly, some of that infrastructure is like meetings. You need to be able to have conversations with each other. You need someone who's sort of holding the parts and making sure that those conversations are happening and making sure that folks are working together. So the state has had a variety of times collaborative efforts to try to bring more, where there are people who it's their job to focus on how well people are working together. And so what we're recommending is the state take a look at that, look at what's already been done before, and try to build that back up to a place where these recommendations come up all the time that folks aren't talking to each other. And we think that a big part of that is because there really is no one who's paying attention to what it takes to actually work well together. I don't know if that answers your question.
And we're not providing the people who need to work well together the time to do the work.
That's it. It's time, space, and someone who offers them the opportunity to be able to do that. Yeah, folks need to be able to have the time to do the collaborating.
Yes, thank you for that. Representative Stover.
Thank you, Deb, and thank you, Melissa. In not the slide deck, but in the report that we were provided, you talked a bit about what I'll call a public-private partnership and expanding on what I call coordinated community response efforts. And it's sort of following up to what Representative Meyer mentioned. Are there things that we're not doing that in your research and work together as the Action Network that you would think about as things that Maine could be doing to address, whether that is through that public-private partnership around poverty, but what are some other programmatic or initiatives that you have all talked about in your work that you'd be willing to share?
Thanks, Representative Stover. I would just tee up this conversation by saying in a lot of the discussions we're in with folks who have been doing this work for a long time, it comes up that people say, we used to do this thing a while ago, a lot. And I would say that we're not recommending that we go back in time and do what we did when there was a point in time where Maine was a leader in a lot of these community-driven, innovative efforts around prevention. And that's why I think it's important that we bring stakeholders together to co-design, collaboratively design what we're going to do now. But I do think there are a lot of pages from our history book that we could turn to say, that's something we did. We could look to that model. Is there a new model that would work better? I think there are a lot of folks still doing this work that have that historical knowledge. And I think that we can build on that. But it's really important, I think, that we don't just refer back to what we were doing. We look at what we could do now, but taking a cue off what worked well for us in the past.
So reading through a number of the reports as I did in anticipation of this meeting and the work we'll be doing this session, there was a letter to the governor signed on by a number of child welfare agencies. I was curious, out of the report entitled Framework for Child Welfare Reform Strategic Priorities, I was curious about the prevention contract with the CBCAP. Is this a forum in which to talk about that? It sounds unusual enough in that Maine is one of 5 states where those go directly to an entity. Is that something that you all want to speak to at all?
So I think part of what we are doing, this whole conversation has been around what are the structures that we have in place and how could they work more effectively. And so part of that has taken us down the road that you've all asked of sort of like, what are folks doing in other states? How is it working? Is it something that we should be taking a cue off as we look at how we can improve things here in Maine? And so Maine is only one of 5 states where those funds are going directly to someone other than the state government. In the other states, it's really the state government that takes the lead on those prevention funds, and by proxy, really the lead in the plan for a statewide prevention plan for how we're going to prevent child abuse and neglect. And so this message really it's not a statement on the work that's being done right now. It's really about taking a look at what does the structure look like in other places, and how can we improve our prevention efforts and make sure that they're really coordinated, a part of a statewide coordinated effort. And we believe that it's the state that should be leading those efforts.
So if there's a gap between, and I understand it's not a continuum, it's a spectrum, but if this is thriving and this is permanent placement out of the family, do you feel like Maine has a plan for the multiple different places you can be on that spectrum?
So that's part of what we're saying. That's that CB-CAP conversation too. We don't. If you ask folks to point to the plan, so in general, right, and from a public health perspective, a very simple question is sort of like, what's your theory? What's the problem? What's your theory about how you're going to change it? And then how will you get there? Show us the plan. And the issue, as we take a look at the prevention services in Maine, is that they're pretty disparate. They're not coordinated in a central way. And there isn't one single plan that we can all point to say, this is what we believe and know based on science prevents child maltreatment. And here's what we're going to do and implement here in Maine in a coordinated way to make sure that fewer kids are harmed and more families are able to stay together. So right now that doesn't exist in our state. And that's a big part of what our call to action is to look at that, the full continuum, but really downstream, and what's our plan?
And I would just add to that, if I may, that part of that conversation too is about the transparency and funding and being able to see, right, that you could look at a map and point to prevention in different places in state agencies, but to be able to say, this is our plan and this is how we're targeting investments in a coordinated way, that everybody, again, as Deb said, that everybody can look to as the North Star as we're doing that prevention work together.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Are there other questions from the committee at this point? I'm not seeing any hands raised. So again, Melissa and Deborah, thank you for your work, and thank you for being here this morning, and thank you for a number of reports and suggestions. We'll be keeping those in mind as we proceed in next month's hearings to consideration of specific bills related to child protective and child welfare. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
So this has been about an hour and a half in. We want to take a 5-minute break before we hear from Jeff McCabe and some folks he's bringing in. That seems like a good idea. Why don't we reconvene in 5 minutes, 11:35, and we'll, in the meantime, Karen can bring in Jeff and the folks that he wanted to bring in with him. See you in 5 minutes. Welcome, Mr. McCabe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I see you brought at least, well, one or two people with you. Okay, good. All right, so I think we'll continue at this point. We're learning what we can about child welfare system, and the third step in today's hearing is to hear from Jeff McCabe and some people he brought with him about the perspective of workers. So I turn the floor over to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Jeff McCabe. I serve as a legislative and political director for Maine Service Employees, Local 1989, Maine Service Employees Association. We are a labor union representing over 13,000 Maine workers, including workers in the Child Protective Services. I am joined today by MSCA SEIU President Dean Staffieri and MSCA SEIU Field Representative Robin Upton Sukuforth, who talks daily with the folks on the front lines as our representative for child protective workers here in the state of Maine. We agree with so much that has been said today in the reports presented as well today. We do feel the department's numbers at times on recruitment and retention underestimate the situation regionally and statewide. Staffing shortages, staffing burnout, and other challenges are only made worse by the ongoing pandemic. I have emailed the committee some survey results and other information from workers. Going forward, I will serve as a contact for MSCA to answer any questions and reach out to our members. I now will turn things over to Dean, followed by Robin, to share some firsthand accounts of caseworkers and to answer questions that the committee may have. And thanks again for having us.
Thank you. Welcome, Dean.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Dean Staffieri, the president of the Maine Service Employees Association, Local 1989 of the Service Employees International Union. I'm also a vocational rehabilitation counselor and was a child protective caseworker, supervisor, and assistant program administrator for 28 years. Maine's child welfare protective programs over the 28 years that I was working were often some of the best that the country had to offer. Other states would come to Maine to learn what we were doing and emulate our work. One question that needs to be asked is, how do we get where we are today? The challenges that we've heard about today didn't happen overnight and were not created during just one administration, Republican or Democrat. What I've witnessed over many years are centralized bureaucrats tearing down one of our country's best child welfare departments by underfunding programs, refusing to fill positions left vacant by disillusioned and traumatized workers, and the dismantling of many tried and true fundamental practices, such as the use of motivational interviewing in the work with children and families. Misguided, ineffective leadership became the norm in child protective services. Computer algorithms took over where common sense ruled. Inappropriate systems from states like Florida were forced upon frontline staff, despite OCFS leadership knowing that these systems were not a good fit for Maine. Systems that were designed for places like Tampa, Florida, where child death rates were skyrocketing, were brought into Maine, where our challenges were simply nowhere near the scale that Florida was experiencing. OCFS staff at one time were able to develop extraordinary skills because they had the opportunity to learn and practice their craft in an environment that was not in constant flux. This changed when we began to see policies and procedures shift often, and staff, stakeholders, and parents began to lose confidence in these constantly moving professional targets. I often imagined what it must have felt like as a family in the midst of perhaps the most traumatic time in their lives, observing professionals from the state trying to help them, but not understanding their very own policies and procedures. The fact that we're coming together today to further the discussion on ways to improve the well-being for children and their families is an important step. In the brief period of time that I'm allotted, there are few pieces of work that I think we can undertake that will start us on a path to better serve our most valued resource, our children. We must invest in training our staff, not just a one and done type of learning, but the continued building of skill throughout the careers of workers and supervisors. OCFS workers used to have a Child Welfare Training Institute as a resource, and we should look at investing equivalent intention and resources into training and provide the best supervisory training that there is to offer. We need to find ways to allow staff to get good at what they do, and the constant changing of ideology from state leaders who desire to tinker with social work practice only brings confusion to staff and the families that they serve. We must invest in resource families. Previously, the term was foster homes. We need to provide the in-home behavioral health services needed to help children work through the trauma that they have experienced. We need to invest in strong community resources like alternative response programs, which are there to help families who are not yet in the throes of seeing their children living in circumstances of jeopardy to their well-being. We need to hire or contract for more professional visitation supervisors for parental visits for children in foster care or living outside of their home. If we had significantly more caseworker aides, they could do this work as well. That's something that was done in the past. There's been a lack of willingness by management to discuss children's emergency services issues at the bargaining table, such as management's refusal to consider a night shift. We need to develop an after-hours response program that removes daytime staff from working nights and weekends. This needs to be a dedicated after-hours team that handles all matters after 5 p.m. on weekends and holidays. This will substantially decrease the massive overtime that front staff are required to work and help limit burnout. Lastly, we must invest in real support systems for the frontline staff. Perhaps make individual therapy available to staff during their workday. Encourage staff to participate so that they can work through the vicarious trauma that they experience. Staff turnover is a critical issue, a vicious cycle whose end result is being unable to provide experienced social workers to families who need help from folks that have years of social work experience to draw from. There isn't sufficient time to touch on all the issues that need to be addressed. I thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to working with you and the larger coalition to develop new programs and perhaps return to some that we know worked well. And I would be happy to take any questions whenever you'd like to do that. Thank you very much.
You're on mute, Senator.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for sharing that perspective. Representative Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dean, for being here today. Just going back to some of the support these workers require, are you aware of any specific situations where workers were not, did not have access to mental health supports?
I can speak from my own experience and, from all the folks that I work with. I think that what is provided is just not adequate. It really puts the burden on the staff to connect with their own therapist. The state does occasionally bring in someone if there's a very serious event that happens in a particular office, but that's brief and not altogether helpful for folks who can understand, what it's like, for instance, to have a child, die on their caseload. So, I think, there are some group meetings that happen in different offices, and I think those can be helpful, but I simply don't believe that that's adequate to keep people as healthy as they can be.
Are you muted now? Is this a follow-up question?
Just one more question, please. Can you elaborate a bit more on the night shift and second shift needs? Sure.
I actually was sometimes called the night crawler years ago. I covered both York and Cumberland counties for all child protective emergencies, and I did that all by myself. And I can tell you that was a pretty difficult job. But things have become even more complex since I did that work. What we're seeing now is staff that are essentially kind of constantly working. So they work during the day, 5 o'clock comes along, and then they have to do these after-hour shifts. So it's not unusual for folks to have to go through an entire night. So they would work all day, they've worked all night long out on matters that have to be addressed, and then right back to work the next day. So they're not getting any rest, which we know is not safe to them, even when they're out on the roads. We think that that practice of just continually pushing people with hours and hours and hours of work it's just no way to provide the kind of services that children and families really deserve. Exhaustion sets in. You don't make the best decisions that you can possibly make. And it's not unusual for you as a worker to be even running multiple assessments at nighttime or over a weekend. So you're having to juggle multiple families, multiple situations with very little sleep. And I think that that's something that just needs to be addressed. We tried to do that within the context of bargaining, and the state indicated that they weren't interested in that.
Senator Baldacci.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dean and Jeff, and from Maine State Employees Association and the department. I was particularly interested in a couple of things. One is the night shift issue, whether, as Representative Meyer pointed out, I think that's a great idea. Do you have a cost estimate in terms of the number of employees that will require and the total amount of the cost that might incur? That's one question. The other question is about the professional supervisors, because there is a real lack of ability to have consistent visitation for parents with children who are in custody. It's really abysmal, in my opinion, in many cases, because there's in Bangor, we lost the Families and Children Together program, which had been doing a lot of supervised visits. So there's a real need to have professional supervisors so that these visits can occur. But the first issue is about the night shift.
Honestly, Senator, I don't know the costs. I sort of can imagine in my own mind that it's not going to be inexpensive. But on the same front, and I think it's something that we could look into. You wouldn't be paying people time and a half also to do the work. So I wonder, and I think that we'd be happy to look into some sort of general costs, that it may very well balance itself out because you wouldn't be paying people time and a half to do work. And in the long term, if you're saving a caseworker from having to leave the position, just going through the training of folks, which, you know, to even kind of get a grasp of the work that these folks are doing now, they've got to have to be on a job probably 2 years anyway. So when those positions turn over, that has a huge financial impact, and also just a tremendous impact to children and families.
Yeah, I think if you could, I would be interested in more information on how to actually implement this. If you could provide us that in terms of, no, I totally agree that the issue would be helpful on several levels. So if you can provide us any more information on how many people we would need or how things would have to be reorganized, I'd be very interested in that information.
Sure. And then I think the other question was about the professional supervisors of visits. And I started working in Maine in 1991. And at that time, we had case aides that did a lot of that work, did the supervised visits, picked children up and transported them, really became an integral part of the treatment team, frankly. And over the course of years, we got away from that and began to use other private programs to do the work. My read on that is that we didn't fund those programs very well, so that many of the professional supervisors really didn't have the expertise that was needed when they were observing children and their parents together. And so you didn't get the best people, and there weren't enough of them, as you point out. Judges want to see children visiting with their parents all the time. I mean, really, they should be seeing them daily if possible, but the ability for the department to come anywhere near that at this point is woefully inadequate. And I think not being able for children not to see their parents is just disruptive to their relationship, beyond the trauma that the children and their parents have experienced.
It goes hand in hand with the whole idea of family reunification, which is supposed to be the legal mandate federally and statewide when these visits can't happen. It kind of undermines the whole point of the reunification process. So I'd like, if you have more information you can provide on things that we could do. I understand more money is needed, but if there's more information on that, I'm very interested in that issue as well as the night shift. So I really appreciate the help that you're providing us in this endeavor. Thank you.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
Just for my understanding, did you use the term visitation supervisor and caseworker aides as interchangeable?
They're different, but they can do the same work. Okay. So a caseworker aide, who would be an employee of the state, could do that kind of work, and in hiring the right folks and providing the right training for them, they can do a good job at it.
I just want to make sure I understood the term right.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you for your insights.
You're most welcome.
Do we go to Robin at this point?
Good afternoon. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Robin Upton Sukforth. I'm a field rep for the Maine Service Employees Association. As part of my responsibility, I assist members in trying to find solutions to worksite issues. Over the past few years, I have facilitated multiple after work or lunch hour time meetings across this great state of Maine, at which OCFS members have expressed frustration about frequent policy changes, unreasonable caseloads, and unreasonable mandatory overtime. That's just the beginning. There's more detail than that, but those are the highlights. In speaking with OCF caseworkers, common stories emerge. So under policy changes have been pushed from the top down, limited if any policy is generated from the front line on upward. There is little advance notification of the policy changes, nor is there an explanation of the logic involved in said changes, leaving caseworkers to scramble to adjust. Something has worked before, and now all of a sudden they're told that they need to do it different. Frontline workers, state policies implemented have consequences, and there is no upward accountability to determine if the policy is, number one, in the best interest of the child, or if the goal that the policy is supposed to reach is obtainable by all parties involved. So if a policy is made from central office and it has a name next to it, such as the commissioner or associate commissioner, and it doesn't work, the frontline worker is the one that says, is told it's not working because you're not following through on it. It's not reevaluated as they're trying to implement it. Okay. All right. So the other issue that we have is it was brought up time and time again, the time factors. So one of the issues is that the core hours for completing documentation and anything else that is needed to complete a case, such as collecting collateral sources such as doctors, teachers, etc., attending family meetings, attending court, meeting with the supervisors, are within a variation of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. There's no authorization for overtime after these core hours. So let's talk about what happens in a caseload and how the caseload is heavy. The caseloads can vary in the number of children in one case. Cases comprise of a household. If it's one child or more in a household, it's still one child. It is considered one case. The OCF caseworker is responsible to reach out to all possible collateral contacts per child: teacher, school nurse, speech therapist, teacher aide, grandparent, aunts, uncles, doctors, after-school providers. The list keeps going on. Anyone who could say what the child is going through. Okay. Imagine the nightmare in trying to reach these teachers and other personnel, as they are mostly only available when they have a free period after school or when the medical office is able to return a call. You have a child with a pediatrician. He calls between 4 and 5. That's when the teacher is available. How do you do this contact for the collateral contact? Imagine having 3 children in that case. You're having to triple, if the numbers just aren't manageable, is the best way to put it. To be honest, I've lost track of all that is expected to adequately maintain a caseload, such as documentation, etc. Many caseloads have told me they have consistently worked 10 to 15 hours per week on nights and weekends to complete case documentation requirements. MSCA survey, which Jeff has alluded to, has showed many have arrived early, work through breaks and lunch, and stay after hours to complete all the requirements to adequately maintain a caseload. I have reports of caseworkers answering phone calls while driving with children in the car, or answering emails while driving from one house visit to another. While yes, MSCA is very concerned about the huge safety issue this has, but the concern should also be about how accurately is the caseworker processing the information from this phone call or email while they're trying to drive. Let's continue on the theme of how did things go so badly? Mandatory overtime. Now, you got all the other stories that you have heard, all the other testimonies you have has talked about the need for community services and all that. Well, if there's no community services there, you have mandatory overtime. In addition to the 8 to 5 normal core workload, there is a requirement for coverage for overnight children emergency services. Dean touched on that. That is when a caseworker has to go out to complete an after-hours safety assessment, say at 10 p.m. or 2 a.m. Each district has a sign-up sheet for the shifts for the upcoming quarter based on seniority and the number of shifts needed. Caseworkers normally know in advance if they have to cover a weekend, a weeknight, or a holiday. However, that sign-up sheet is constantly being revised. In order to be available, One must complete foundations and to be able to go out without supervision. An example is, the problem I'm going to give you is an example. In April 2021 through January 2022, I went through the seniority list. The Bangor district experienced a loss of 26%, or on an average, one case worker per month. Okay, in that same time period, Ellsworth lost 3 out of 10 caseworkers assigned to the Ellsworth unit. In Holton, they lost 3 out of 9 staff members. It takes time to hire, train, and mentor a new caseworker long enough to expect that caseworker to do CES shifts. In the meantime, the remaining staff are required to cover those shifts. So if you have 3 out of 10 who can't do a shift, that means the 7 remaining caseworkers have to pick up those 3 shifts, which creates a problem. In years, okay, Dean talked about, no, I have to go back. In years past, the CES shift, which is the Children Emergency Services, might require a caseworker to go out and do an assessment once every other shift. Now that standard is 1, if not 2 assessments per shift. Time after time, in one fashion or another, frontline workers have begged management to institute a dedicated overnight staffing. What is not told in interviews when they hire the new caseworkers is that in addition to the CES shift, which they do talk about, is that there is a shift for hotel or emergency room coverage. Hotel and emergency room coverage is when a child is in DHHS custody, is either in an emergency room as there is no hospital bed to place the child, or in a hotel room because there's no residential setting the child could be placed. That's when you need to have 2 caseworkers in a hotel situation. In emergency room, it's 1. That's when you need to have a caseworker coming in and basically sitting with the child, because there's no place for this child to go. So I'm sorry, but Senator Baldacci asked about cost for an overnight. Just think about what that cost. Okay. Notice for this coverage, which is usually last minute to the staff. For example, in this past August, on a Thursday night, afternoon at 12:45 p.m. So August, when it's hot peak vacation time, an email was sent out to all staff requesting volunteers for someone to cover the 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. shift for for a hospital. That was on a Thursday night. And then in the morning, the following morning, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m., they also needed coverage. The need for further coverage for the upcoming weekend would be assessed at 8 a.m. the following day. So they're basically telling them, you're on call. I don't care what your name is, but you're going to be on call for the next 3 days. If there was no volunteers, then people would be assigned based on reverse seniority. MSEA has concerns about the total numbers of days needed for hotel and emergency room coverage. We kind of think that that's being underreported. We can't really point it out, but from caseworkers reaching out to me on a regular basis, there's an awful lot of people having to cover hotels and emergency rooms. As the field rep, I hear directly from caseworkers who are at their breaking point because of the mandatory overtime. One example is a caseworker calling me in tears as the worker had been on the clock for a total of 90 hours in 1 week. The same worker reported being unable to get to the store for groceries secondary to exhaustion. Another call I received is a caseworker worked from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., completed an overnight CES shift requiring a 6 a.m. preliminary protection order, or a PPO, to remove a child from an unsafe home, then sat with a child in the ER until 8 a.m., and then for her core hours, she reported to work from 8 to 5 p.m. That worker, in effect, worked 32 hours straight. Those are the concerns that we have. When things slip through the cracks, That's what we're talking about, is the people working all those hours because there's nobody to step in and cover. Although I can relay many more stories, I've run out of time. And I'm going to be quite honest with you, as the field rep, we've brought these issues to labor management, which is the committee that is supposed to help address some of these issues, such as policy changes. We brought it to the bargaining table. I was the second chair for that bargaining table, and I can tell you what the state said. And any other meeting that is organized by DHHS, where frontline caseworkers feel that no one listens and nor cares, and the only solution is to simply stop working. I can answer questions. I'm sorry I get a little passionate about it, but I'm the one getting the phone calls, sometimes 3 times a day.
Okay, with that said, are there questions of Robin from the committee? Yes, Representative Limlin.
Thank you, Senator. Yes. Are you able to tell us why, what is the reason behind the number of staff members that you're losing?
Part of a majority of it is the demands for the overtime. The vast majority of it is the demands for the overtime. There is no way for them to have a work balance. I can tell you that COVID created tenfold the issues, because there was so much cross-contamination between the community, their own children, and not having childcare. That created a problem. It has kind of evened out now, but they still have that. That has added to that. But prior to COVID, I was getting still those phone calls. But it's mainly the mandatory overtime.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Representative Madigan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Robin. I'm wondering if you could explain to the committee when caseworkers have to work like their whole day at work and then do an overnight and then go back to work, at 8 a.m. At any time during any of those shifts, any of those 32 whatever hours in a row, they are potentially driving children in the custody of the state of Maine, are they not?
Yes, they are. One of the things that you talked about was community services to do the supervised visiting, or taking the child from school to a doctor's appointment, those kind of things. Because the community services are not there, the caseworker is the one that is responsible for coordinating those visits and or appointments and picking up the child physically. So they could be going from Portland to Norway, or they could be going, some of this work is done by what we call customer representative associates, which is support staff for us old folks. It's what we call the clerical staff. Some of it is done by that, but there's not enough. There's only one of the side effects of downsizing from prior administrations is that they eliminated the clerical support, again, old school, because we had the invention of the computer. And a lot of this stuff could be done by the computers. You could data entry while you're doing a case or whatever. It's supposed to save time. So you didn't need a clerical person. So they transferred them to doing transportation. However, if you reduce that staff, you have less people to do the transporting or supervised visits. So those are one of the things that Dean talked about. I'll be honest with you, I actually interviewed in '94 to be a case aide. So those are things that I know about. And I lost track of what you asked me.
No, thank you. I just wanted to make clear that people, caseworkers can be working multiple hours, up to, like 30 something hours, then have to put a child in the car that's in the custody of all of us, essentially.
The other thing is that you could have somebody work overnight shift and then show up to court and have to present with the assistant attorney general why a parent should either have be reinstated custody or custody taken away permanently. I can't see how anybody can work 24 hours straight and then go to court and be logical.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Stover?
Thank you, Robin, for your report. I had one question. You said that you attended labor management, and I used to attend labor management many years ago. And you said to ask you what they said. So I want to ask you that question. What was the response from labor management when you presented the overtime and the overnight staffing issues?
We were basically told that it was not a topic for labor management.
Thank you.
Representative Meyer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Robin, for being here. This question may be for Dean. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on what the plan is in play right now for ARP. And if you were listening when the Ombudsman was with us, what your thoughts are on reimagining that role to be support work.
The original intent of the ARPs was, I agree 100% with the Ombudsman. It was not to do the type of work that they ended up having to do. They weren't supposed to be going out and looking into more serious allegations. They weren't supposed to be doing quote unquote investigations. But because the department became so overwhelmed with the work, it became really kind of a slippery slope. So, I think that the ARP does need to be reimagined, and I believe that they could handle an awful lot of work that that caseworkers, with the department don't need to do. They could be really an additional channel to help, like the Ombudsman said, to help get people to for drug tests, for instance, and pieces of work that don't require the social worker from the state. So I agree. I think if you do away with the ARP and you take away a tool and you don't replace it with anything, something's gonna get dropped.
I see we've been joined by Representative Zager. Would you care to introduce yourself, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologize for having juggling other commitments today. Representative Sam Zager, District 41 in Portland.
Thank you. I had a question for Dean also, and the group. Can you speak to what I understood to be a child welfare teaching institute or instructional institute for workers?
I was fortunate to be a graduate of the very first class at the Child Welfare Training Institute, and it was very long. It seemed to go on forever, frankly. It was many weeks of work where we had practice with one single case from beginning to end. We practiced what it would be like to sit on the stand in a courtroom. The case was imperfect, so you had the opportunity to have to explain why some things were done that didn't work out very well. It was very intensive, and a great way to begin your career. In fact, some people found out, during that experience that perhaps working in Child Protective Services wasn't their thing because it was so intense. They learned that, if I can't really hack this type of experience, how am I going to do this, in the real world? And it was a really good program. And it's just slowly declined over the years to a point where, it became shorter. Less information was shared. The workers were needed back into the office, faster because they just needed the bodies in offices. So in time, the Child Welfare Training Institute was defunded. It disappeared. And that work of training fell upon supervisors and your more experienced workers. And I can tell you that that was really hard to do as a supervisor. There was just too much on your plate. And so the training, I'm sure I was inadequate at providing that to new workers. And I think we really do need to take a look at that and see if we can reinvigorate something like that so that folks get a really good start and then keep building on that. When I was working in Florida, for instance, after 6 months of on the job, and this was over 30 years ago, but after 6 months on the job, you went back to the training institute for 2 weeks just to get sort of another little update. And there was someone who would look at your work and could give you very specific feedback that wasn't your supervisor about what were they saying that you were doing well and what were your areas that you were struggling with. So, but that takes real commitment, and it would from OCFS to do it and do it well.
Thank you for that. Just an interesting idea that I'd not heard of before. Thank you.
You bet.
Are there any other questions from this group of folks who brought their perspective? Representative Meyer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a question as a comment, and thanks to Jeff and Dean and Robin for being here, but to extend my gratitude, and I'm certain that the rest of the committee would share in this, to the child protective workers, because there is truly no more challenging or mentally or emotionally difficult role. And I want to extend my deep gratitude for each and every one of them for the work they do every day.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions. So at this point, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn until 1 o'clock, where we'll hear 5 bills this afternoon, and we may ask one of the committee members to read a testimony if we get too late in the afternoon for one of the representatives to provide his own. So
motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those in favor of taking a lunch break until 1. We'll be back then. Thank you all, and thanks for being here. Karen, testimony from Representative McCray. Oh, geez.
It appears we've lost the senator. Let's give him a second or so to find his way back on.
Or Karen, do we have the testimony from Representative McCray?
I believe it is on the portal. Do you want me to, I can get it and email it to whomever? Uh-oh, he froze.
It's certainly possible that Dave will be able to deliver his own testimony, but should the first four public hearings run long, one of us will go in to the portal and deliver his testimony for him.
Great. Okay. So this is the afternoon session of this meeting of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My internet connection is shaky, so Representative Meyer is on call. Should I freeze? Usually it's worse in the wind. So we introduced ourselves this morning. We're labeled. I think people can go ahead. So we'll be hearing from 5 different sponsors with testimony following each of the bills. We'll go 1864, 1865, 1761, 1849, and then 1866 at the sponsor's request. So at this point, I will turn it over to Representative Meyer to introduce the first of her afternoon's worth of bills.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am Representative Michelle Meyer, proudly serving House District 2 in Southern Maine, Elliott, and parts of South Berwick and Kittery. I am proud to introduce LD 1864, Resolve regarding legislative review of Chapter 33, Family Child Care Provider Licensing Rule, a major substantive rule of the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Child and Family Services. I will turn over the testimony to OCFS Director Todd Landry.
Welcome, Dr. Landry, when you get here.
I have promoted him.
We could have a conversation sometime about whether that's actually a promotion or not, but that's what we call it.
It looks like there's a number of Todd Landrys in the attendee list. I've promoted them all.
Terrific.
One of them looks like Heather Martin.
Yeah.
I don't think we're seeing any Director Landry's here with us yet.
No. I have a senator I'm going to promote. Heather Martin got kicked in even though it says she's, oh, we're at attendees. Okay. There's, okay. Let's bring all of the Dr. Landrys in.
All right, I think we have it.
Multiple personalities.
There he is. Welcome, Dr. Landry.
Thank you. I was not aware I had so many personalities or Zoom profiles, so my apologies. Last time I checked, I'm a singular in that regard, but my appreciation and my thanks for your patience as we work through that. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Todd Landry. I'm the Director of the Office of Child and Family Services within the Department of Health and Human Services. Here today to testify in support of LD 1864. This is a resolved bill regarding legislative review of Chapter 33, which is about family child care providers, which is a major substantive rule for the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Child and Family Services. I also wanted to provide some information on some proposed amendments to the rules, which I believe you should have received in advance of this afternoon's hearing. My thanks to Representative Meyer for introducing this bill on behalf of the department. OCFS is proposing this rulemaking to ensure Maine complies with the federal requirements of the 2014 reauthorization of the Federal Child Care Development Block Grant. You may remember in previous testimonies on other bills, the department was out of compliance on the Federal Child Care Development Block Grant for a significant amount of time in the past administration. One of our main goals in the current administration was to come back into compliance. We have now come fully into compliance, but that is pending the final adoption of all of the necessary rules, including this one. And so I did want to point out the proposed rule does add some additional requirements that were not in place before, necessary to ensure the health and safety of children served by child care providers. It also streamlines some of our requirements and processes, and as I said, most importantly, maintains us and maintains the state of Maine in compliance with the federal block grant, which ensures that we're not hit with any penalties for being out of compliance for that critical funding stream from the federal government. I have listed in my written testimony for you some specific changes. I'm not planning on reading that for you. I'm assuming you can read that at your own leisure. But we do have several changes that are listed there that vary from adding staff qualifications and requirements, adding a section on child and parent rights, adding a time requirement, for example, on outdoor play, adding a requirement for a carbon monoxide detector. So all of those, I think, are just some examples of this critical safety and health modifications to the rule that we are proposing. Now, since the provisional adoption of the rule on May 27th of last year, the department has received some legal direction from the Office of the Attorney General to limit financial penalties to certain specific civil penalties authorized in statute under 22 MRS 7702A, and remove the board administrative fines applicable to all rules in the current rule and in the previously provisionally adopted rule. The department, I should say, has only utilized administrative fines as an enforcement action a very few times since its inclusion in the 2018 rulemaking. And while regulatory enforcement is at times necessary To ensure the health, safety, and well-being of children, the department has found enforcement methods that include increased technical assistance and support for providers, monitoring, including ongoing monitoring, and clear measurable action steps to be much more successful in achieving compliance and remediating risks to children versus those financial penalties. Also included in the amendment are several administrative corrections based on additional input received from the Office of the Attorney General since the rules were provisionally adopted. And with that, instead of reading those to you, I know we've provided them to you separately. I ask for your support of LD 1864, including the department's proposed amendments. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today, and I'd be happy to answer questions that you may have.
Does this raise any questions for anybody in the committee? Not seeing any. We'll thank Dr. Oh, yes, Representative Jabner.
Thank you very much, Senator Claxton. Dr. Landry, just briefly, the prohibiting of the swaddling, that's coming from the federal standards?
Yes, that is correct. I know there is varying opinions about swaddling, but the federal government, I believe, has decided that that is something that, in order to comply with CCDBG, would not be allowable.
And I have one more, if possible. The administrative fines, if you could just expand for us just a bit more information about exactly what those were for even.
Yes, in the 2018 adopted rule, there was a provision to allow for administrative fines up to, I believe, $250. And based on the latest interpretation from the Office of the Attorney General, they have advised us they do not believe that that is legally permissible. And so we have pulled those fines out. As I said, it was not an enforcement mechanism that we had used more than a few occasions since 2018. We find that providing technical assistance, support, and ongoing monitoring to be much more successful in remedying any issues that we find from a compliance perspective with providers. I believe, with virtually every provider I've ever interacted with here in the state of Maine wants to do what's best and keep the safety and health of the children in their care at the forefront. And so we find that with that additional technical assistance and support, they're able to come into compliance and ensure that safety and health of the children are protected.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. The one person we know of who would like to testify is here. Welcome, Heather Martin.
Hi, thank you, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm here to speak today on behalf of the Family Child Care Association of Maine and the Maine Association for the Education of Young Children. I know we had someone from the Family Child Care Association who would have loved to be here, but you know the nature of their work. They are with children right now, so I'm happy to speak for them. So we are testifying in support of 1864 today. Maine AYC and FCCA both appreciate these proposed rules that increase the focus on health and safety standards for the licensing of family child care providers. And the fact that we will be making revisions that fully comply with the federal requirements of the 2014 reauthorization of CCDGB. So what's been happening here is small family childcare and businesses across Maine have started to work on compliance with these proposed family childcare licensing rules when they were first presented as a draft form in December 2020. So family childcare providers and stakeholders were able to engage in providing comments to the Department and Office of Child and Family Services, in which we were able to get clarifications and revisions made on behalf of those comments and feedback provided from the field. FCCAM has been doing a tremendous job of developing folders of resources, blog posts on their website. They presented at communities of practice that work with family child care providers across the state, as well as presented at the statewide early childhood education conference about these family child care licensing rules and supporting providers in reaching compliance. So the compliance went into effect on May 27, 2021 as emergency rule, and small business owners have been working very hard to meet compliance and do a few additional things. So we really think if we didn't pass this now, it would negate a lot of work that's already been happening among family child care programs. So we really hope that you pass this licensing rule into law. And, we appreciate you taking the time to hear us and support the health and safety of children in our child care programs. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for being here. Any questions of Heather Martin? I'm not seeing any. So before we say this public hearing is closed, I will give the folks who are in the attendee list, chance to raise their hands if they'd like to testify either for, against, or neither for nor against. Not seeing any hands up, so I think we've heard all the testimony we're going to on 1864, so that'll conclude the public hearing. Are there any questions that we would like to put to our staff before we move on to the next bill? Not seeing any. We'll go back to Representative Meyer for the next bill, 1865.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm Michelle Meyer, serving District 2 in the Maine House of Representatives. Again, introducing on behalf of the department, LD 1865, resolve regarding legislative review of Chapter 34, Child Care Provider, Child Care Facilities and Family Child Care Providers Background Check Licensing Rule, a major substantive rule of the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Child and Family Services. And we'll happily turn over the testimony to OCFS Director Todd Landry.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. Thank you for introducing this bill on behalf of the department. Good afternoon again, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Todd Landry, for the record, Director of the Office of Child and Family Services within the Department of Health and Human Services, here today to testify in support of LD 1865. OCFS proposed this rulemaking to add specific requirements to pre-employment and pre-licensure comprehensive background checks for licensed child care providers. Specifically, these rules add the requirement of a fingerprint-based background check that includes review of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, the State Bureau of Identification, SBI, National Crime Information Center, NCIC, and the National Sex Offender Registry. Also included are checks of the state criminal repositories, state child abuse and neglect registries, state sex offender registries in each state where the individual has resided in the previous 5 years. In addition, the new rule outlines the specific disqualifying offenses which cause an individual to be deemed ineligible for employment or licensure for child care facilities. The rules also outline appeal rights and procedures for those whose background check makes them ineligible for employment or licensure. The addition of these background checks brings Maine into compliance with the Federal Child Care Development Block Grant and retains that funding and helps to ensure the safety of Maine children who are cared for by licensed child care providers across the state. OCFS began conducting these background checks pursuant to emergency rulemaking in July of 2020. From July of 2020 to December of 21, OCFS conducted over 15,000 checks with 152 individuals found to be ineligible based on their criminal history. That equates to less than 1% of checks completed, resulting in a determination that an individual is ineligible to work in a child care setting. And while that percentage is small, I think we would all agree that we want to keep the safety and health of our children who are being cared for by these individuals at the forefront. I will also mention the average turnaround time to approve a background check is currently 4.5 days. So with that, I would urge you and encourage you to support LD 1865. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Landry. Question from Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if there was any funding available for people going through the process.
Yes, currently through our child care development block grant funding, we pay for all of these background checks.
Thank you.
I saw another hand up, but it went down. Been answered. Very good. All right. I'm not seeing any other questions. And according to my sheet, we are going to hear from Molly Glidden. Welcome.
Hello, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Service Committee. My name is Molly Glidden, and I'm offering testimony on behalf of the Family Child Care Association of Maine and the Maine Association of Education of Young Children in support of LD 1865. I'm a current student at the University of Maine Farmington, preparing to graduate in the spring with my bachelor's degree in community health education. Growing up, my mother had a family childcare in our home. From a young age, I've watched her face many challenges in childcare and also overcome and grow her business and love for childcare. I've been able to see firsthand the challenges that come into play when creating a proper and safe environment for children. It is crucial that fingerprinting and background checks be required for childcare. You don't really know a person based off of their resume. It is important that individuals working with these children are not just qualified, but they also have a clean and safe background. We are grateful that legislation passed and the emergency rule went into effect on September 25th, 2020, but prior to this emergency rule being enacted, Maine was one of the only states not requiring comprehensive background checks. This meant that we were compromising the health and safety of Maine's youngest children. In addition, Maine was taking a penalty of around $800,000 from our federal allocation of our Child Care and Development Block Grant. The implementation of these comprehensive background checks have included funding from the Department of Health and Human Services and Office of Child and Family Services to cover the cost of background checks for child care programs. With many of Maine's child care programs operating as small businesses who run on thin margins, eliminating this cost barrier for child care programs has been beneficial. We thank you for taking the time to consider our testimony and encourage you to support Chapter 34, becoming law, and continue to honor the health and safety of children in our child care programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Molly Glidden? So what do we need to do to make sure you stay in the state and practice here?
I'll just keep working with Heather.
All right. Well done. Thank you for being here. If anybody else would like to testify and you're on the attendee list, please put up your hand. Not seeing any hands up. I guess that will conclude our public hearing portion of consideration of LD 1865. And then we can move to our next bill, which is LD 1761.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Meyer, serving House District 2 in the Maine House. I am proudly introducing LD 1761 on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services, an act to amend the inspection requirements for facilities for children and adults with a national accreditation. And I'm happy to turn over the testimony once again to OCFS Director Todd Landry, who seems to have slipped away.
Well, we'll bring in one of the other.
He's coming
Todd
back.
Landry.
Yep, he's coming back. My apologies.
Okay.
We'll bring in one of his surrogates.
He's here.
Thanks, and again, sorry for that, whatever technical challenge we appear to be having. So my apologies.
That was on our end, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Again, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My thanks again to Representative Meyer for introducing this bill on behalf of the department. Again, for the record, I'm Todd Landry, Director of the Office of Child and Family Services within the Department of Health and Human Services, here today to testify in support of LD 1761, which, as you have heard, is an act to amend the inspection requirements for facilities for children and adults with a national accreditation. This bill makes a change to statute regarding licensing of facilities for adults and children to ensure the department has the discretion to inspect facilities whether or not they are accredited. OCFS proposed this bill as the current statute, 22 MRSA 7801, as currently written, does not allow for the inspection of a facility if it is nationally accredited. In October of last year, OCFS implemented the Federal Family First Prevention Services Act in Maine. This included the requirement that all children's residential facilities become nationally accredited. To the credit of all of our children's residential facilities in the state, they all agreed to meet the new higher standards that are encouraged through the Federal Family First Act, specifically to meet the new requirements as a qualified residential treatment program, sometimes referred to as QRTPs. Part of that QRTP requirement is for all children's residential facilities to become nationally accredited. We support this, and we thank all of our children's residential providers for agreeing to meet this higher standard of quality. However, at the same time, we recognize that accreditation visits and recertification or reaccreditation visits to providers' facilities do not occur on a frequent basis. At one of the previous nonprofits I've had the privilege to lead, we were accredited by COA, the Council on Accreditation, one of the larger national accrediting bodies. And to use them as an example, they only visit facilities for reaccreditation or accreditation purposes every 3 years. We believe that that's not frequent enough, and therefore we believe it's in our best interest as a state and the best interest of the youth in these facilities that the department be permitted to inspect them on an as-needed basis. We also want to have the ability to inspect facilities on a regular basis to ensure that providers are in fact meeting the new QRTP, Qualified Residential Treatment Program standards that we previously discussed as part of our Family First implementation. So for these reasons, I again thank Representative Meyer for introducing our bill the bill on behalf of the department. I ask that you support LD 1761. I thank you for the opportunity to be with you this afternoon and happy to answer questions that you may have.
Okay, Dr. Landry, can you tell me what triggers a as-needed inspection or an off-cycle inspection? What are the potential triggers?
It could be a number of things. So for example, all of our residential programs are required to submit to us whenever they have a critical incident, for example, or whenever they have an issue that that they're required to report the department on. If we receive a number of these in a short period of time, that could be an example of when we want to go out and visit the facility, work with the facility, provide them technical assistance and support to ensure that there are no issues related to the health and safety of the youth in the facility. So that would be one example. We also, of course, regardless of this bill, we also, of course, can investigate any formal complaints, but sometimes those complaints may not come to our attention in as timely a fashion as we might like. And instead, we may get some of those internal reports from a provider or others where we want to go out and meet with them, inspect the facility, and ensure that there are no issues of safety or health for the children or youth in those facilities.
And procedurally, are these announced inspections or depends upon the nature of the concern for which the facility is being inspected?
It depends. Most of the time they're announced so that we can ensure that they have the opportunity to gather any necessary paperwork or other information, but they can be unannounced as well, depending upon the nature of the inquiry.
Thank you. Representative Jevner?
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Dr. Landry, what difference has there been, and perhaps there hasn't been, between the child facilities and the adult facilities in what you guys have seen with complaints? Has there been more for the child care or more for adult care? What's the major differences?
I don't believe there's been any major differences. Certainly, certainly there are more adult facilities in the state than child facilities. So the number, just by virtue of that factor, the number of complaints may be higher for the adult facilities, just because there are more that would fall into that, this broad category. From a children's perspective, we've seen about the same number of complaints or questions or issues that we have seen in the past. Our hope is that as we move forward with all of the providers becoming QRTP level and meeting that higher quality level of performance and expectation, that we're going to see fewer of those. Certainly that's what we hope will happen. And as we see fewer of those, we'll be happy to report back to this committee on that, because that hopefully will mean that there are less issues and less concerns about safety and health as those quality standards increase. And again, I want to say thank you to all of our children's residential providers as we implemented and work toward implementation of Family First. They all willingly agreed to meet those new higher levels of quality standards as part of the new Family First implementation. And I would say in turn, the department worked and OCFS worked with our colleagues in Maine Care in order to ensure a new rate study was conducted that increased the rates significantly for these Section 97 providers in order for them to have the appropriate levels of compensation and financial support in order to meet those new higher levels. So it all has come together and dovetailed together nicely. Higher standards, higher pay via that rate study, and hopefully our intent is that that's going to lead to better quality and better outcomes for the youth in these facilities.
Thank you.
Will you be speaking to QRTP status and progress on Thursday when we hear from the department? Is that on your radar?
I can. I'm happy to do that and be able to share that information, including the number of providers who have now reached that national accreditation standard.
That would be a nice piece of data to have on Thursday. Thank you. Any questions, Dr. Landry? I understand from the witness list, testimony list, that we're going to hear from Mallory Shaughnessy next. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I will be very brief, as the legislation is very brief. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy, and I am speaking on behalf of the Alliance, neither for nor against this legislation, but to highlight what seems to be an inconsistency, and also to caution about the continuous layering of additional administrative reviews and burdens on providers. In Director Landry's testimony, he does state that the current status statute as written does not allow for the inspection of a facility if it's nationally accredited. It actually does if there's a complaint. And they have the purview then to review compliance with the national accreditation standards. The current statute, the concerns that arise are that we are going to this QRTP standard of national accreditation, which is a huge lift, as he's mentioned, and folks have gotten there. It is a higher standard. It is a higher standard that has uniformity across the country so that we do have a higher quality of service provision and oversight. We feel that without complaint, this national accreditation should and could be accepted as meeting the standards without additional inspections without cause. Disability Rights Maine also has capacity to come into these facilities to inspect and review current circumstances. These facilities are, as we've been talking about for many months, seriously understaffed for a variety of reasons. But any layering of additional administrative burden like this that doesn't appear to be critically needed, as there is already a standard in a way to review it, we just have concerns about the burden that places and the impacts on services.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mallory? I don't see any. Are there any other testimonies to be offered? If so, please put your hand up if you're in the attendee list. Not seeing any. We'll conclude the public hearing portion of considering LD 1761 and ask if anybody has any requests of the staff in anticipation of the work session. And I'm going to assume that Dr. Landry will be there and can help answer the disparity in testimonies.
Certainly be happy to attend the work sessions as those are scheduled.
Thank you, Doctor. All right, so that will allow us to move on to 1849 and our introducer of the afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Meyer, representing House District 2 in the main house. Introducing on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services, LD 1849, an act to clarify inspection requirements for hospitals and certain nursing facilities. I will turn this over to Director Bill Monteo of the Division of Licensing and Credentialing to offer testimony on this LD. Not seeing Director Monteo, but I assume
Monteo
he's here. He is.
He's on the way. Yes.
He's in transit.
There he is. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Meyer. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Bill Monteo, the Director of the Division of Licensing and Certification within DHHS. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 1849. This bill makes two important changes. First, it aligns the statute with current practice by eliminating the requirement that the department ensure a single licensing and life safety inspection be performed in multi-level nursing and residential care facilities. And while DLC works to perform a coordinated inspection in these facilities, it's simply not possible to do so for all facilities at all times due to the significant difference in the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS's, inspection requirement of a 9 to 15-month timeline based on a facility's performance and its self-reported CMS quality metrics. The time frame for the CMS inspection is constantly changing from year to year and does not coincide with a facility's license expiration date and renewal. A residential care facility located within a nursing home is required to be inspected on a 2-year cycle prior to the issuance of the license. Since these schedules rarely, if ever, align, the department is unable to comply with the statute requiring a single inspection. The statutory change would ensure that the inspections can happen when they are needed for federal and state compliance. DLC has and will always strive to combine these inspections whenever possible. Second, this bill ensures the Division of Licensing has access to hospitals and accreditation survey results to minimize duplication and ensure safety of patients. Currently, hospitals are exempt from the state inspections if they are CMS certified and accredited by a healthcare facility or accrediting organization recognized by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Accredited hospitals, however, are not required to provide the division with their full accreditation survey, their statement of deficiencies, or their plan of correction. This requirement means that the Division of Licensing and Certification is unable to effectively monitor hospital compliance with regulatory requirements and the accrediting organization's process to ensure that it meets or exceeds the licensing rules and inspection process. The proposed change allows DLC to monitor what CMS regulatory violations the accrediting organization has identified.
Is that me or Director Monteo?
It's the director. Give him a second to find his way back in.
Okay. I'm gonna stop the video and see if that helps. No, he's frozen. Molly, if you could let Director Monteo know that his connection failed. One of our regularly unplanned technical events. So if you're just joining us, we're waiting for one of the people offering testimony to get back onto the internet with us. Karen, could you resend him the link in case it got misplaced?
Absolutely.
So I'm going to promote Molly on the chance that we can't get Director Monteo back online, and she was going to finish reading his testimony. Welcome, Molly Bogart. How are you?
Good, how are you? I am afraid Director Monteo is perhaps victim to the broadband challenges that we all know exist. So I'm happy to jump in, and I am not sure exactly where we ended, but I will do instead just a quick summary. So, and first, apologies, I'm Molly Bogart, Director of Government Relations for the Department of Health and Human Services. And as Director Monteo noted, there are really two pieces to this bill. The first is relieving the department of the requirement that we conduct multi-level facility inspections all at once, because that does not allow us to then comply with the CMS requirements around the cadence of inspections for different levels of facilities. And then the second portion allows the department to have access to accreditation organization surveys. So there are a number of hospitals in the state that are exempt from state licensing and instead are accredited by national organizations. Historically, we've not had access to these surveys, and those can be very informative when the state is responding to a complaint in a hospital or doing some of our routine surveys. And so having that information about what an accreditation organization has found and what hospitals or other facilities have developed as a plan of correction would be very helpful to Division of Licensing and Certification, and certainly help us better keep patients safe. And I think just as it will reduce some duplication for the department, hopefully it would also reduce duplication for facilities who are dealing with different licensing and inspection organizations. We did work on this with we spoke with the Maine Hospital Association about this, and so have offered an amendment that's attached to the testimony that would maintain the confidentiality of those surveys outside of the department. And so they would remain not open to public inspection, but be available to the department. And we're certainly amenable to that request from the Hospital Association and comfortable making that amendment. I think Mr. Austin will talk about that in a moment. So I'm happy to take some questions. You'll probably be better served by waiting for the work session and Director Monteo, but I will do my best.
Anybody have any questions of Molly Bogart? Okay, I don't see any. So we will proceed to hear from Jeff Austin. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Austin. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Hospital Association. We are testifying neither for nor against the bill. I appreciate that both Molly and Bill and I've been able to have a few conversations about the bill and what their issues are and concerns are that prompted them to file it. So at this point, we have no objection to it. We did have a amendment about keeping this not a public record. A lot of the reports that we send up to DHHS are not FOIA-able, and we would just like this to be treated consistent with that. Ultimately, long-term, we'll know how it goes based on operations. It's hard to predict exactly how things will go once the state starts receiving these reports. But at this point, we are not objecting to the bill.
Thank you. Any questions of Jeff Austin? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for being here to testify.
Thank you.
I don't know of anybody else who is accepting the opportunity to speak on with respect to this bill, but if there is somebody out there who wants to put their hand up in
Yep,
the
one more,
attendees
Senator
list,
Claxton.
Looks like Angela.
well, now
Westhoff
she
is here.
accepts. We tried to promote her before and she declined, so I'm not sure. Welcome, Angela Westhoff.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Sorry, I was tied up somewhere else, so I wasn't right here when you were ready to promote me. My apologies to you and the committee. So good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Angela Westhoff. I'm the president and CEO of the Maine Healthcare Association. We represent approximately 200 nursing homes, assisted living, and residential care facilities, also known as private non-medical institutions or PNMIs. Our mission is to empower members to ensure the integrity, quality, and sustainability of long-term care in Maine. On behalf of our membership, I'm pleased to offer testimony this afternoon, neither for nor against LD 1849. We offer the following observations. We understand the challenges that DLC has in performing coordinated inspections of multi-level facilities due to timing intervals being different for each facility type. Historically, our members report that these inspections have occurred both ways, sometimes a single inspection, and at other times there have been two separate surveys for each side of the house, if you will. From our perspective, a single survey is more efficient and thus a better use of limited resources, both in terms of facility staff time and state survey capacity. But if there must be two separate surveys, we would urge the department to ensure that there is not unnecessary duplication of effort. For example, multi-level facilities share most of the common spaces and services used by the nursing home and the residential care facility, including the kitchen, storage, basement, dining, activities, and entry areas in many cases. It would not make sense for these areas to be surveyed on two separate occasions. In closing, we appreciate DLC's comments that it will strive for a single inspection when possible and fully empathize with their desire to be in full federal and state compliance with inspection processes. We respectfully ask that if the statutory requirement of a single survey is lifted, that there be some language added to the legislation that prevents undue duplication of effort in surveying multi-level facilities. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Oh, Senator, I think you may be on mute.
I am. Thank you. Any questions for Angela Westhoff? So will you be available at the work session since you've raised a couple of issues that weren't previously addressed?
Yes, I will.
All right. And I assume there's been some conversation between you and the department about your concerns.
We have not yet.
Okay, great. All right. Good enough.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. I think we've heard from everybody who wanted to testify on LD 1849. Not seeing any new hands up for this particular bill. So we'll conclude the public hearing on 1849 and ask if you have any questions for Anna to be considered for the work session. I don't see any. So now we can proceed to the last of the bills for today, 1866. And we're expecting Representative Gramlich, and we can bring Representative McCray in. Do we know if, welcome Representative McCray. Oh, and there's Representative Gramlich. Great. And Karen, did you send Senator Baldacci a panelist link?
Happening now, sir.
Thank you. So we'll start with the sponsor. Welcome, Representative Gramlich. When you're off mute, we want to hear about this bill.
Boy, that's what we call karma for me, giving people a hard time for doing that. So have this down. Thank you, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer. Clearly we saved the best for last today. My distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on the Health and Human Services. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the town of Old Orchard Beach. I am honored today to present LD 1866, an act to ensure low-income families and children with special needs can access after-school services. Recently, two distinct but related issues came to my attention concerning after-school care for children. One is regarding the Child Care Subsidy Program. The Child Care Subsidy Program helps eligible families to pay for childcare so parents can go to work, go to school, or participate in a job training program. The Child Care Subsidy Program is also available for eligible families where the adults or caregivers are retired and who are the legal guardian of a child. Securing childcare, and particularly after-school care, has become increasingly difficult and unaffordable for working families. Currently, families who are eligible for childcare subsidies may not use these subsidies for certain aftercare programs, such as after-school recreational programs. Many of these recreational after-school programs are either located physically at one school or have transportation provided, which takes students right from their school to the physical plant where the rec program is located. And these programs, if they're not located right in the school, are really within very close proximity to one another. For many families, having this option for their child saves time and money. The Department of Health and Human Services estimates the cost of childcare through a child care facility for school-aged children is approximately $216 a week. Meanwhile, my local rec program in Old Orchard Beach, which offers after-school care, is about $70 a week. And I have additional data points that I can provide relative to some of these facts and figures for you all at the work session. Giving families the ability for their children to attend after-school rec programs also alleviates the stress that working parents have in trying to coordinate after-school care through one of the recognized providers for which their subsidy may be used. I can tell you from my own personal experience, when my daughter was little, I worked up in Augusta. I actually worked for our Senate President Beverly Daggett, and I had to be in Augusta till 5 o'clock. And my daughter was able to walk from her 3rd grade classroom right to the gym and participate in a rec program that kept her till 6 o'clock. And it was really a godsend for me. I was not a subsidy, and I did not have a child with special needs. And that's specifically what I'm talking about in this legislation. So currently childcare providers approved to accept childcare subsidies include licensed childcare centers, licensed family childcare providers, adults who provide care in their own homes, adults who come to your home and provide care, and other relatives over the age of 18. It does not include recreational programs, aftercare recreational programs. Permitting families to use their subsidy for approved recreational programs offer families an additional option to assure that their children are well cared for in a structured environment. The second issue relative to this proposed legislation also addresses after-school programming for recreation departments. This second issue was brought to my attention by the director of our own rec department in Old Orchard Beach. Our rec department currently provides after-school care for a child in particular with special needs. The staff are doing their very best to accommodate this child. However, they are doing so without the financial assistance this child appreciates during her school day. As I understand it, my community is not alone in this situation. In fact, it is my further understanding that municipalities across the state of Maine address the situation very differently from one another, with some providing assistance to assure rec programs have the financial support to accommodate children with special needs, while other municipalities like Old Orchard Beach do not. Students who have special needs who might require specified one-on-one support and assistance during the school day will have these same needs once the school day ends. Particularly, children with disabilities deserve the same after-school opportunities as their peers. Unfortunately, recreational programs used by families throughout Maine are not equipped to financially sustain the extra care and assistance that children with disabilities may need. LD 1866 aims to rectify this issue concerning children with disabilities by assuring that recreational programs are reimbursed appropriately for specified after-school care. LD 1866 also aims to provide working families with greater after-school care choices. I am happy to work with the committee and other vested parties to reach a solution that assures that all children in Maine, regardless of their abilities or their family's income, can not only access after-school care of their choosing, but are afforded with the means to do so. I urge you to pass LD 1866. I thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions for you. I will note, I know that we'll have a number of folks behind me, figuratively, not literally, who will be able to offer some more detailed information about some of the details relative to both of these programs.
Thank you for bringing that bill forward. Representative Craven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding supports for children with special needs, how does Section 28 pertain to that reimbursement?
I'm not entirely certain. The way I understand it, Representative Craven, and I can certainly get back to you with more specificity to this answer. The way I understand it, in some municipalities, children who have their IEP identified that they need supports after the school day, that's where those municipalities are able to provide that through their rec programs, and others that do not include that in the child's IEP do not. But I will certainly get additional information relative specifically to Section 28 for you for the work session.
Representative Lemelin.
Thank you, Senator. What would you use to determine what the definition of low income is for this particular bill?
Thank you for the question, Representative Lemelin. Currently, the way I understand it, and I know that you will have somebody providing testimony from specifically from Maine Care and the Office of Child and Family Services, for families who are eligible for subsidies, other means tested criteria is utilized to identify whether or not they are eligible for said subsidies. So for example, if a family meets the eligibility criteria for TANF, they would then be able to have these childcare subsidies afforded to them. The difference with this legislation, Representative, is that while they get these subsidies, they can use it for certain aftercare programs like daycare centers, but they may not use it for recreational programming, which is located right at their school. And quite frankly, furthermore, I know that when my daughter was in 5th grade, she wouldn't have gone to a daycare center with a bunch of 2-year-olds. Most all children in the community went to the rec program.
And this would assure that children with special needs or any disabilities that's in this program would be going to a specified program that can handle special needs, right? You're not, I mean, you said that your rec department is qualified to handle that and has a program, so that would qualify. But is there anything in here that indicates that the program that the special needs person goes to has to be able to have a special needs program?
With respect, Representative, what I said was, I did not say that the rec program was equipped to handle. What I said was the rec program currently has a child who is attending their program who does have special needs. And our rec director is here, and he certainly can elaborate on that. It's my understanding that the rec department is providing the staffing necessary to meet the needs of this individual child. However, they're not being compensated for it.
Okay, sorry for the misunderstanding.
Are there other questions, Representative Gramlich? I don't see any. So
Thank you, Senator.
thank you for being here. So let's go to Senator Bailey. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. And I do apologize. I hope everyone can hear me. I am a little under the weather. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Senator Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is Hollis, Leamington, Old Orchard Beach, Saco, and part of Buxton. Today, I'm pleased to offer testimony in support of LD 1866, an act to ensure low-income families and children with special needs can access after-school services. The idea and inspiration for this bill, as you've already heard from Representative Gramlich, came from one of my and her shared constituents who live in Old Orchard Beach. Our constituent has a student who has special needs that requires one-on-one supervision during the school day. In order to fully and safely participate in after-school activities, this student and many others like them would need individual supervision to continue once the school day has ended. However, as the law currently stands, the Department of Health and Human Services and Maine Care cannot reimburse the school for paying an aide to supervise the student for these hours. LD 1866 would fix this by requiring the department to reimburse the school for after-school services offered to children and students who are enrolled in Maine Care, in essence, so that their services don't end the minute the school day ends. According to the After School Alliance, there is a high unmet demand for after-school and summer programs in Maine. Along with this unmet demand, parents strongly support these programs, with 88% of parents supporting public funding for after-school programs. The benefits of such programs are manyfold and numerous. In particular, students who have special needs experience elevated self-esteem, enhanced positive behavior, excuse me, improve social competence, improve school attendance, etc. It's clear to me then that we should make every positive, safe, and supportive program available to those who would benefit from them. And this would also include, of course, other students going to the rec programs, which is the other part of this bill. So I would ask this committee to vote to pass on LD 1866, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions of Senator Bailey? I don't see any. Hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
Representative McRae has joined us. Welcome, sir. Soon as
hit
you're
the wrong
there we go.
button. I hit the wrong button. Anyway, thank you very much, Senator. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Representative David McRae, and I represent House District 148 in Central Aroostook County. I have lived my life in the great little town of Fort Fairfield. I am here today to speak in support of LD 1866, an act to ensure low-income families and children with special needs can access after-school programs. This bill basically provides after-school programs and services to the segment of the population that is enrolled in the main care program in the same manner as the services that these special needs students receive during the regular school day. Okay, I saw a low battery. Sorry about that. The services must be appropriate and shall be reimbursed whether they are provided by a licensed provider, a school-operated after-school program, or a recreation program in the community. Child care services are certainly still included in this bill. It is my belief that such a program is long overdue, and I strongly ask your support. But before I close, I kind of wanted to glean a couple of things that have already been said. I really hate to see schools ever characterized as, well, at least now we got somewhere that the kids can be and they're covered and they're babysat or whatever. But there always is that thing, especially with younger children, where they are in a safe, good, appropriate place. So this is a bit of a workforce issue during those hours from, let's say, 2:30 to 5 or whatever. It also serves a niche of underserved, disadvantaged, or special needs students. We've done a pretty good job over the recent years of finding those areas that we just happen to skip over or glaze over. And now we're starting to fill in those gaps. And this bill does that very well. So I really strongly ask your support for this great proposal. And I thank you for your time, and I will answer any questions that I can.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions of Representative McCray? I don't see any. This will let you get on the road.
I'm on the way. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, so in alphabetical order, we'll next go to Barrett Takasian. And then Cindy Hazelton. And then Jason Weber.
Hi, everyone. Thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony. My name is Barrett Takasian. I'm a little under the weather working from home, but I could talk for hours on this topic. I was so excited to see Rep. Gramlich brought this bill to the floor for conversation today. I'm the executive director of Portland Community Squash. I've dedicated 7 days a week the last 10 years of my life fighting for lower income students in the Portland area. It started as a volunteer with one student, Big Brother, Big Sister program that was confined to his apartment after school. It led me to start Portland Community Squash and get involved with the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club, other programs. Long story short, I raise about $500,000 a year to put 200 low-income students through an after-school program. And it's academics, athletics, wellness programs. But we have seen a massive improvement through the holistic student assessment with Harvard University in peer and adult relationships, resiliencies like trust and optimism, school engagement, academic motivation. And the results led me to get more involved with the system as a whole. In Portland, we have one federally funded 21st century program, Learning Works, but we have 61 community organizations in the arts and sports that are working with students that can pay their way. Last summer, we rolled out a voucher program with the Out of School Time Work Group. We placed 600 students in community organizations that had never been involved in extracurriculars before in the city. It was a massive success. We're running the program again this year. But Maine, we have, Senator Bailey mentioned that there's a shortage of supply. Well, we are one of the worst states in the country in supply. For every one student enrolled in after school in Maine, 5 are seeking a program. The national average is 3 students searching for every one enrolled. But this isn't just a story about closing an opportunity gap. This is a story about spreading joy. These are the programs that young children, middle schoolers, and high schoolers, these are the passions. These are the places that they're choosing to be. And not only that, but it's the associated community and the healthy multi-generational relationships that students need to succeed. It takes a community, although we've been missing a huge demographic here in Maine that are accessing these important extracurricular activities. I think this is a massive step in the right direction. We have the coalitions built and ready to implement these funds. We've been doing it with COVID money, and I look forward to helping with the implementation at the state level. The last thing I would add is that these after school and recreational programs have been operating in the dark for a long time. In Portland, we've had to make sure that they have adequate insurance, student safety plans, transportation plans. They can work with multicultural families. But by creating potential subsidies for these types of programs, we're also going to bring them out of the shadows and make sure that they have the safety measures that we'd expect for childcare providers as well. So this is part of bringing in a huge ecosystem out of the dark. It's happening nationally. I also serve as an after-school ambassador for the After School Alliance out of DC, and I'm happy to lend my support and help with implementation in any way that we can in Portland, or in any other capacity that I can help. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and your ongoing work in the squash courts and beyond. Are there other questions of Barrett Tarkesian? I don't see any, so now we can hear from Cindy Hazelton. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Greetings from sunny downtown Gorham, Maine. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, esteemed members of the Joint Committee, Health and Human Services. I'm Cindy Hazelton. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the town of Gorham. I'm a resident of Buxton, where Senator Bailey helps us out as well. I'm appreciative of this opportunity to be before you to discuss LD 1866. This topic is very familiar to us at Gorham Parks and Rec. We have a before and after school program, one of many things that we do, but that particular program, we have about 80 kids a day. Those kids are grades K to 5. We have 3 elementary schools here in Gorham, and those kids leave the school on a school bus and come to us at what was a former elementary school that's now called Little Falls Activity Center. When a student from any of our elementary schools that provide one-on-one supervision during the day looks to register for an after-school program, we are currently not in a position to accept that student with us due to the lack of the one-on-one supervision, and thereby, we have to say no. We can't take you. Currently, HHS, of which we're a care provider in that program as well, and Maine Care cannot reimburse the school for paying that aid that this child may have all day at school to supervise the student during our hours either. So, we strongly feel that LD 1866 would remedy this situation by requiring DHS to reimburse the school for those after-school services like ours, and provide some sort of continuity for the student that may be coming from school to us in that after-school hours. If they're BHP, some schools call them, or they're one-on-one, or they're whatever schools call those folks that work with these students are. I'd also further request that maybe now is the time to plant the seed that you consider LD 1866 as perhaps a springboard for these Maine Care kids, and work to extend the time frame that this is eligible for reimbursement to include out of school time, summer day camp, school vacation. Those are programs where these kids are looking for activity, childcare, whatever the program is, but again, no eligibility of support for their one-on-one aid. When we work together during the summer months, school and rec day camps, we believe could become a great team to provide these kids for opportunities for social interaction, opportunity to elevate their own self-esteem, enhance positive behaviors, all of which will support that student to feel refreshed and ready to learn when they return to their school in the fall. I know that in Gorham, we'd certainly appreciate the opportunity to try that. I encourage the committee to vote ought to pass on LB 1866 and be happy to answer any other questions you may have about programs and offerings that we might offer here in Gorham. And I'm sorry that David McCrae had to run. I was all set to remind him. I don't know that he knows who I am, but I know who he is. And in the 50s and 60s, our parents were the best of friends. I am a Fort Fairfield native.
Small town. Thank you, Cindy Hazelton. Yes, Representative Lemelin.
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to get back to my earlier question, if I could, to you, Cindy. So you're indicating to me that if this bill is passed, and it provides the money for the one-on-one that helps the special needs child at school to come to your program, and this bill also pays for your program, then you have the opportunity and the facilities and everything else in place to be able to handle and deal with that special needs child. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. And there have been occasions where we have accepted kids who have worked out other financial arrangements and been able to bring their own one-on-one with them. So it's not really new news to us to have these children in our regular community recreation activities. It's just this cost of adding on that one-on-one really prevents us from doing that. The capacity is there, and then the modifications to the program have been happening. I would dare say Kittery to Fort Kent and Parks and Rec when folks are able to bring their own. It's just not everybody can bring their own one-on-one with them.
Okay, thank you. And if additional changes needed to be made within your facility to handle a special needs person, your department would be willing to do what you could to provide that?
Traditionally, when you're in a school, if your program's happening out of a school building, you're probably meeting all of the ADA accessibility guidelines and such, and privacy for whether it's restrooms or what it may be. Those facilities exist. Certainly if you're in a school building. If you're in a public building, like we are at Little Falls Activity Center, we have that ability as well to provide that privacy. Should there be a nurse involved? Should there be a, and again, we've had several different variations of this over my time in Gorham, and I think the rest Parks and Rec people would say that as well. A total modification of a building that, if we had something that was really beyond, and we're talking into an OT or more like a skilled nursing, that of course would present a bit of a challenge, but perhaps even that could be addressed. But for the most part, I think we could and have pretty much been able to solve those.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions, so we can go to Jason Weber. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Jason Weber, Director of Parks and Recreation for the town of Old Orchard Beach, where I've held this position and reside for the past 20 years. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you to discuss LD 1866. As my colleague has said, it's a very familiar situation here at Old Orchard Beach Recreation. We have a before and after school program that serves an average of 70 kids daily, grades K through 8. What brought me to bring this critical issue to my representative, Lori Gramlich, was a young family whose two children attend our after school program. One of their children is named Mia. Mia is a pre-K student with Down syndrome. When Mia attends the Jameson Elementary Public School in Old Orchard Beach, she is provided with a multitude of one-on-one resources during the day. The issue is that little Mia day does not end when the bell rings for school to get out. Both parents work and need childcare after school. Even though we provide care within the school, the funding and resources does not continue with Mia. which places it back on our department, which we cannot find or we cannot receive financial support, or the parents need to find that financial support or pick up their child after school. This is a working class family looking for help and to have their young daughter be treated the same as everyone else. Currently, DHHS and Maine Care cannot reimburse the school for paying for an aide to supervise a student for these hours. LD 1866 would fix this situation by requiring DHHS to reimburse the school for after-school services like ours offered to children and students enrolled in Maine Care. I would like to further request that you do consider LD 1866 to extend the time frame for reimbursement for other out-of-school programs, including school vacation and especially summer day camp. Helping families in need for their child care services while providing their children opportunity for social interaction. Again, elevating self-esteem, enhancing positive attitude. That is the real intent of this bill, and I hope you feel the same. I encourage the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 1866, and thank you for your time. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions of Jason Weber? I don't see any. So now we can go to Lori Nowak.
Nervous. Just putting that out there. My name is Lori Novak from Kennebunkport. When I first spoke to Representative Gramlich about this, I was thrilled to hear that she would champion this change. Thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me an opportunity to speak before you today. I haven't much time and much to say about my firsthand experiences regarding the importance of after-school care and summer recreational programs for opportunities for families with limited means or who are in full support of the state. Mind you, I'm a huge fan of people that run daycare facilities. God bless them. They are just not the best option financially and strategically for people with limited resources. I met a mom of two, was the domestic abuse victim. She had two kids, 6 and 8. Awesome kids. I tried to assist her navigate the welfare, food stamps, child subsidies she qualified for. To say it was challenging is an understatement. But the thing we struggled with once we found her a good job, she was working toward a license that would allow her to fully support herself and her children with childcare. First, we struggled with the after-school care. She was getting the subsidy, which was a godsend for so many. The problem was her children had to be bused across town. It was a half an hour to a daycare facility that was able to accept the subsidy, and that was at the time the only one that offered after-school care for that age. That facility is permanently closed, I just discovered. Sending an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old girl to daycare for after school is not optimal. I just called around Arundel, Kennebunk, and Kennebunkport in the last few days, and I didn't find an after school option at any of the private facilities I called. I imagine having children arrive at 3, only to be picked up at 5 or 5:30 is more disruptive, requires additional staffing, and of course is more costly than only keeping the same children you have all day. I'm most familiar with the Kennebunkport Rec program. I had 3 of my own kids utilize both the after-school program when they attended elementary school and in the summer for the rec program. They loved it. There are 3 pieces of importance here. One is after-school care during the school year. Ideally, keeping school-aged children in their school environment is by far the most beneficial for them. Often it allows them to meet with teachers. They can make up work, they can get tutors, retake a test, participate in sports and outdoor activities, all of which is much more beneficial than being bused to a daycare facility, often filled with toddlers and much younger children. The social, physical fitness, academic benefits of staying at school with their peers is obvious. Most schools often have a half a day during the week, like Wednesday afternoon, they quit at noon. This is a nightmare for working parents, but the rec programs can accommodate these kids seamlessly. Number 2 is summer, home with a babysitter. Option 1, maybe grandparents. They're plugged in often. Does not have the same benefits as sending kids to their school summer programs. Kids from all economic backgrounds attend these and participate. There's a multitude of activities, socialization opportunities for these young ones. My kids biked, played soccer, socialized, and made a lot of new friends, and it was awesome. Cost savings to the state. Nobody's fooled to think that if this cost more, we would even be discussing it. But an 8-week rec program in Kennebunkport is $850. Daycare for a school-aged kid, if you can find it, is about $1,400 for the same 8-week period. And if you can find your 10-year-old boy who want to attend a daycare program in the summer. If you want to try hire a babysitter, we tried that also. Even a high school student, they want $15 to $20 an hour. That's $600 a week on the low end. The benefits of this to the state are huge. The cost savings is one, but having happier, healthier, more fit, better socialized, and included kids is the real win. It seems irrational to me that these great resources are sitting here available, and yet we can't utilize them due to the constraints of the subsidy as it currently stands. Happy to discuss and answer any questions that you have, and thank you very much for your time. And I certainly hope you consider passing this very, very important bill for families. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Lori Novak? I'm not seeing any. Thank you again for taking the time to be here. I think that's going to conclude the folks who are here to testify in support, unless somebody puts up a hand. I do see Jen DeRice.
Bringing her in.
Let's see if she'd like to testify. Hello, Jen DeRice, welcome. Did you want to testify on LD 1866?
Hi, I do. Thank you. Now I just have to pull it up. Here we go. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. Thank you for considering my testimony today in support of LD 1866. My name is Jen DeRice, and I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the town of Standish and the current president of the Maine Recreation and Park Association. Our Parks and Recreation Department manages a before and after school program for students in our 3 elementary schools in Standish, as well as a summer rec camp and vacation camps in February and April. Students who receive one-on-one assistance in school do not typically have the same opportunity for our after-school programs or camps because there's no funding mechanism available to do so. As a result, many of these kids miss out on critical programming and childcare services that are provided to other children who do not require assistance. LD 1866 could change this. Our programs provide essential services to families in our communities. We utilize the same school buildings where these students already attend school between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. during the school year. Extending funding through the Maine Care and HHS would provide students with a seamless transition between school, after-school programming, and summer rec camps. When kids aren't in school, our programs are available throughout the year during non-school hours, and this allows working parents the opportunity to work without the added stress of finding convenient, affordable, and quality childcare and transportation. Schools and municipal recreation departments already provide a valuable team approach to supporting students in our communities. Providing reimbursement for services outside of school will further enhance the child's overall growth and well-being. I strongly encourage you to support LD 1866, and I appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for coming to testify. Glad that worked out. Are there any questions of Jen DeRice? I don't see any. So I think with her testimony, that concludes the testimony of those who are in favor. We have 2 people neither for nor against, and we'll begin with Heather Martin. Welcome back.
Hi, thank you, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I know usually I'm here talking more about the birth through 5 sector, but I really appreciate LD 1866 bringing to light the issues within after-school programs, and it's, particularly the lack of access for low-income children and children with special needs. So I'm hoping to offer some insight about what maybe some of those challenges are as this committee digs into, maybe coming up with some solutions around this bill. One of the pieces I want to discuss today is the child care subsidy program. So that allows for licensed and qualified license exempt child care programs in Maine to voluntarily participate in this program. So the programs who do offer to participate and provide those opportunities for families and children utilizing CCSP, they're reimbursed based on a market rate model. And I know that can be a hindrance for some programs, because certainly maybe in some areas where the market rate's a little higher, such as Cumberland County, some programs, even at the 75th percentile, which I commend Maine for getting there, we were a leader in the nation for doing that, still are not getting the same rate from the child care subsidy program as they would for their private pay families. So they lose money, and we certainly have many discussions in this committee about how small of a margin that child care programs can run on. So I just wanted to highlight that as something, as a reason why some programs may choose not to opt into utilizing the child care subsidy program with families. Certainly around the country, some states have gone to using market rate to using more of a cost of care model to determine higher rates of care to help that. So Maine's CCDF plan, so our Child Care Development Fund plan, does have to follow federal guidelines around program participation for after-school programs in the child care subsidy program. So licensed and license exempt child care programs must meet these kind of minimum health and safety standards and measures, such as background checks, health and safety training, emergency evacuation plans, and safety inspection each year from the department. So there is information within the child care and subsidy program on what that means. I know in Maine, we do have some rec programs who have opted in to meet those requirements so that they can provide the subsidy spaces for these children. So I'm wondering if if there's some participation barriers there. I know there's efforts within the Maine After School Network and Maine Roads to Quality to support programs so that they can be qualified license exempt providers, including meeting those necessary requirements. So that's the one portion with the subsidy piece. And if we're looking on how that expansion can occur, what are some of those barriers that we can reduce there? In regards to the access for children with IEPs within after-school programs, we know this has been an ongoing challenge for years. I worked in after-school programs for about 10 years. I know what those challenges are first year and how inequitable the systems can be for families with children with special needs. What we know is that children's birth age 4 are predominantly served by child developmental services in childcare settings. However, those children's of school age are served by their SAU, and those SAU services, as many have testified before, do stop at the end of that public school day. So it does leave students without the important staff and developmental support within after-school program. I know last session, the Education and Labor Committee held hearings on 3 separate special education bills that address the provision of special education services for young children. And within those bills, they talked about the frustrations of main care billing that SAUs go through and how cumbersome that can be. So I know there's some work being done in the state to look at main care billing as a hindrance. So certainly we know within childcare programs, if they were going to be a main care provider, there could definitely be some administrative barriers there. We know that programs don't have the administrative oversight and staff to oversee billing for these type of programs. And certainly there's a lot to understand about providing for children on main care as well, in the legal world and with regards to discrimination acts within main care as well. So I think if we're looking for creative solutions, we'd want things to be as simple as possible for programs so that they could have these services come in for these children, but the administrative oversight isn't so great that it would deter them from taking part in this, because certainly these services are needed for children in after-school programs. So I think what we really have an opportunity to do in Maine is look at how we are creating this continuum among our birth through school age systems and in creating equitable inclusion in these systems. So I think it's complex, but it's a good conversation because I think we have to look at how we're blending and braiding funding streams for this, how we're collecting and analyzing our data, and how we're really consolidating oversight to make sure that these opportunities for children, again, are not burdensome for programs to be able to access. So I thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I'm certainly available for any questions and any further work on this as well.
Thank you. Any questions for Heather Martin? Okay. And we can go to the other persons on neither for nor against. Jennifer Patterson, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Claxton, members of the committee, Representative Meyer. I'm Jennifer Patterson, and I'm the Director of Policy within the Office of Main Care Services. And I'm here today to share some challenges with LD 1866 as it's currently written, and also to let the committee know that we appreciate that Representative Gramlich has reached out to the department to talk about the proposal. And so we are looking forward to having some further conversations ahead of the work session, which I do plan to attend. So we think we can have some good conversations. So as the committee has heard today, the bill would require Main Care to reimburse for after school services for children who are Main Care members. And it would also require the department to reimburse for the cost of additional staffing necessary to provide the after school services. The challenge that the department sees with the bill is that there are some inconsistencies between the funding structure and the requirements as the bill is currently written, and the federal regulations that govern the two programs that the bill seeks to address. So both the OCFS work with the Child Care Subsidy Program and the Main Care's being governed by the federal Medicaid regulations do raise some concerns. I will be speaking primarily to the Main Care provisions, but we do plan to include OCFS in the conversations that we have with the sponsor and to have representatives from OCFS at the work session as well. So from a Main Care perspective, as a Medicaid program, we are governed by federal regulations, and kind of the core concept of Medicaid programs is that they provide federal assistance for medical services that are defined, that are delivered to specific groups as defined under federal law. So just generally speaking, if a service is not a medical service, then it may not be covered under Medicaid. And so after school services in general are not medical services. This same concept appears in the Main Care benefit manual. So the list of non-covered services there includes such things as custodial care, respite care, services to provide socialization, and services that are academic, religious, vocational, or educational in nature. So the way that the bill is currently written, it doesn't clearly describe a medical service that could be coverable under a Medicaid program. So what that would mean would be that Main Care would not be able to receive federal matching dollars for these programs. In terms of the Child Care Subsidy Program, that also is funded by federal dollars, and that program has its own separate eligibility guidelines. So the way that the bill is written, any Main Care eligible child would receive the subsidy. There's not direct alignment between the Main Care eligibility requirements and the subsidy requirements. So again, there would be a concern that as written, it could result in a loss of federal support for that program. So in sum, the department does understand that access to after-school programming may be difficult for some children. So we hope that that the conversations that we can have with the sponsor, particularly in light of some of the work that the department has been doing, as Heather Martin had referenced in relation to our school services program, that we can have some conversations about what options may exist for addressing the concerns that gave rise to the bill that would be consistent with the federal constraints of the program. So I would be happy to answer any questions. Do plan on attending the work session. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Representative Madigan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Patterson. My question has to do with, do you know if there's any other states that allow the childcare subsidies to be used for after-school recreational programs?
Thank you for the question. I do not have that depth of knowledge on the subsidy program, but we will make sure that there will be someone at the work session who could answer that question.
Great, thank you.
Are there other questions? Jennifer Patterson, yes. Representative Zager?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Patterson. It seems that from the other testimony we heard earlier, it sounds like Maine Care would pay for certain after-school things, not after-school programs, but like childcare and other venues where a child with needs would be cared for. How does that square with the what you described as the federal regulations that specify medical services? I'm just trying to understand, and also with the consideration of the more recent recognition of the social determinants of health, and how that plays into downstream health outcomes.
Yes, thank you, Representative Zager, for the question. Again, it is a very complex area. And so I think some of the lines that are clearly drawn under the federal regulations is that childcare itself is not reimbursable. However, some medical supports for a child in a childcare setting may be reimbursable. And so those are exactly the types of questions that we're looking at now as we're engaging with stakeholders around our school services policy to understand exactly what would comply with those regulations and what supports could be reimbursable under Maine Care. But the child care itself would typically not be reimbursable. It's only in the context of a medical service being provided.
And what did you describe that area as, the after-school services? Is that what it's called, or sounded like you just referenced a portion of Maine Care?
Thank you, Senator Claxton. I'm not sure what I referenced.
I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back and listen to the tape. Sorry about that, but yeah.
But again, we're looking at our school-based services coverage, which is really, I think, closely aligned with the areas that this bill is intended to address, and kind of the seamless access throughout the child's day to the services that they need in order to support their ability to participate, and how that might align with federal regulations.
Okay, great, thank you. Are there other questions of Patterson? I'm not seeing any. I don't see anybody else with a hand up who wants to testify. So that'll conclude the public hearing portion of considering LD 1866. Are there pieces of information that we would like to ask of Anna in anticipation of the work session? Sounds like the department's going to find out what other issues are, how it's handled in other states, which was the question that Representative Madigan got to. Representative Lemelin, are you feeling like you got answers to your questions about adequacy of safety oversight? I think that's what I heard.
For now, thank you, Senator.
Okay. All right, I'm not seeing any questions, so that makes it about 0 for 5, Anna.
Senator, Representative Gramlich has her hand up.
Oh, I can't see it against the background. Thank you. Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Senator. We will also get information for the work session relative to data that the National Association of Parks and Recreation has in terms of what other states are doing for aftercare and subsidy.
Great, that will be helpful. Okay, any other comments? Then, is there any other business for us to consider today, Anna?
No, I'm assuming that you will want chairs and leads after this, but I do want to put you all on notice that next Tuesday morning, I'm hoping there'll be some report backs from some of the reports that have been assigned to you. So I'll send an email about that. I won't call you on mic, but call you out on mic, I promise. But I just wanted to let you know that I'd be sending an email about that to see if I can get some volunteers for next Tuesday morning.
So if you haven't signed up for your book report or you haven't read your book yet, we need some volunteers. All right. In the absence of other work to continue, I think we'll adjourn at this point and convene a meeting of chairs and leads shortly, maybe in 5 minutes. And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Very good, people. Thank you.